Have you ever wondered what stories whispered thousands of years ago could still hold meaning for you today? Imagine walking through a quiet night, under a sky sprinkled with countless stars, each one a tiny flicker of light, illuminating the mysteries of the world. What if I told you that hidden within the pages of the New Testament are stories layered with wisdom, insights, and reflections that reach far beyond the time of their telling? Stories that, if we allow ourselves to listen softly, can speak directly to the corners of our hearts, where our own doubts, hopes, and dreams reside. Perhaps tonight, as you settle into a calm space, you might find that one of these stories is not just ancient history, but a mirror reflecting your own life's quiet struggles and triumphs. Or maybe you have felt the weight of the world pressing gently, or not so gently, against your shoulders. The pressures of daily life, the constant hum of tasks and responsibilities, the small moments of regret, and the flickers of joy that pass unnoticed. What would it feel like to pause, to step into a space where time itself slows, and to hear the stories of those who walked paths not so different from ours, yet guided by faith, courage, and the gentle unfolding of divine presence? The New Testament, often read in hurried passages or skimmed over in rituals, hides layers of meaning meant for the quiet mind. These are not merely tales of the past. They are soft lanterns lighting the way for reflection, gentle reminders that life's deepest lessons often appear in the smallest moments. Consider this: the struggles of a fisherman casting nets in Galilee, the doubts of a young woman holding hope in her heart, the questions of a traveler seeking truth along a dusty road. These are not characters locked in history. They are echoes of ourselves, waiting for us to notice, to learn, and perhaps to be transformed, just a little, by their journeys. Each story carries more than what meets the eye. Beneath the surface of miraculous events, parables, and encounters lies a subtle invitation to see, to feel, and to reflect. What hidden meanings might awaken in you tonight as you listen quietly? What lessons might emerge if you allow your mind to drift gently along the paths these stories unfold? Tonight, we will explore 33 stories from the New Testament, each one carrying its own light, shadow, and gentle revelation. We will wander through quiet villages, along moonlit waters, and across fields bathed in soft starlight. We will witness moments of faith, doubt, courage, and forgiveness, all narrated not as history lessons, but as intimate glimpses into human hearts and divine presence. In each story, the ordinary meets the extraordinary, and the small, tender gestures of love and faith reveal themselves as profoundly transformative. As we journey together through these tales, you may notice reflections of your own life, the echoes of your own decisions, and the quiet stirring of insight where you least expect it. Perhaps you are drawn tonight by curiosity, or perhaps by the need for a moment of calm, a soft refuge from the restlessness of the day. You might even feel a faint stirring of wonder, a gentle pull to listen closely to what these ancient words have to offer. And that is exactly where this journey begins, with curiosity, with a pause, with a willingness to immerse in the stories, not just with the mind, but with the heart. Allow yourself to lean back, take a slow, steady breath, and imagine the candlelight flickering softly beside you, casting gentle shadows that dance with each whispered word of wisdom. The night stretches endlessly, a quiet canvas for reflection, and the stories you are about to hear are painted across its stars. Before we begin, take a moment to set your space for listening. Let your shoulders relax, your hands rest softly, and your mind drift with the rhythm of gentle, ambient music in the background. Imagine the slow pan across ancient scrolls, the faint scent of parchment in the cool night air, the quiet hum of wisdom waiting patiently to be discovered. This is a moment created for you, a pause, a soft interlude, where the stories of old can speak to the living, breathing you. As we embark on this journey, I gently invite you to connect not only with the tales themselves, but also with the part of yourself that seeks reflection, insight, and perhaps a quiet revelation. And while you listen, it would mean so much if you could become part of this shared space. Subscribe to the channel, and in the comments, write your name, your city, and the time you are watching this video. It helps create a quiet, connected community of minds reflecting together under the same stars. Let us honor the night, the stories, and our own gentle curiosity as we begin. So, with the stars above, the soft candlelight beside you, and your heart open to discovery, let us step quietly into the first story. Let us allow the narratives of the New Testament to unfold, as they were always meant to, softly, patiently, and with profound, hidden meaning, waiting to touch your life in ways both gentle and transformative. Tonight, may your mind rest, your heart listen, and your spirit wander through the whispers of these timeless tales. The night was calm and quiet, as if the whole world had stopped to hold its breath in quiet anticipation. Stars twinkled like jewels on a velvet sky over the quiet town of Bethlehem. Their light fell softly on the simple rooftops below. The air was cool and soft, with a hint of straw smell from the nearby stables and the coolness of the evening. In that small, unremarkable town, a light was about to enter the world in the quietest, most amazing way. Mary, a young woman, breathed softly in a stable where animals were sleeping peacefully on beds of hay. Her heart was full of awe, tenderness, and the first flutter of hope. Joseph was calm and protective next to her. He was a steady warmth in the cool night air as he watched over her and the small miracle that was about to happen. This moment did not happen in a grand hall or palace. There were no fancy decorations or big parties, just the soft glow of one lantern and the flicker of starlight coming in through open doors. The animals seemed to know how important the moment was. Their soft breaths and quiet shuffles made it seem like their bodies were part of a silent hymn. And then, in the middle of all this peace, the baby was born. Mary held the newborn in her arms, wrapped only in cloth. The baby's calmness seemed to spread through the stable, touching the hearts of everyone who was there, seen and unseen. This moment had an innocence, a purity, and a quiet power that no amount of noise could ever match. It wasn't easy to get to this simple place. The roads leading to Bethlehem were busy with travelers, merchants, and tired people looking for a place to stay. Mary had ridden with Joseph, carrying the weight of both her own body and a destiny that seemed far beyond her understanding. Every step along the rough paths of hills and valleys had taught them to be patient, humble, and trusting. And here, in this humble stable, the end of that journey taught a lesson that will last for all time. True significance often comes not from fame or greatness, but from quiet devotion, presence, and love. The birth of this child was a chance to see a deep change, a gentle reminder that humility has a strength that the world doesn't always see. The night air outside sparkled with a silver glow, and the stars twinkled as if they were leaning closer to see. The cool wind blew through the trees, carrying soft whispers. Nearby, an olive branch swayed and creaked softly, mixing with the animal's soft murmurs. The golden light that seemed to come from the child inside the stable painted soft highlights on Mary's face, showing the curves of both wonder and tiredness. Joseph's hands rested lightly on her shoulder, grounding her and giving her silent comfort. He was there without saying a word. In this quiet, normal place, amazing things were happening that taught us that sometimes the most important changes come in the simplest, most plain ways. And then there were people who came to see the baby because they felt a pull they couldn't see and a light they could only feel. Shepherds from the hills came slowly, carefully stepping over the rough ground. Their eyes were wide with awe, and their hearts were calm because they couldn't name what it was. They had heard angels singing softly and eerily in the distance, and they had felt the joy and wonder in the night air. Now, standing at the edge of the stable, they looked at the child with such respect that their usual words seemed unnecessary. They bowed, whispered, and let themselves be surrounded by the peace that seemed to come from this small life. The world, in all its busy chaos, had found a pause here, a moment of quiet that spoke louder than any spoken word. Mary looked at her child in the soft shadows. The weight of the world was pressing lightly against her chest, but she felt a deep, unspoken certainty that everything would be okay. This little, fragile child would carry lessons that went beyond countries, generations, and even centuries. But the first lessons were for those who could see the quiet truth. That importance does not come from being grand. That light often comes from the most unlikely places, and that simplicity has a power that wealth or fame cannot match. The stable, which was stable, simple, and plain, became a place where love and humility met, where the extraordinary and the ordinary met in a quiet, invisible embrace. The night outside seemed to hum softly, carrying the universe's breath over the hills and valleys. The animals moved around slowly, and the sound of their hooves on the straw made a rhythmic lullaby. The shepherds stayed for a while, leaning against wooden posts. They let the calm settle deep into their bones and felt a quiet awakening stirring in their hearts. It looked like each star above was twinkling in a set pattern, as if they were acknowledging the slow unfolding of fate below. Mary, Joseph, and the child were quietly present, and everyone who saw them could see the power of stillness, patience, and gentle faith. As the night went on, the stable's soft light seemed to stretch beyond its walls, touching the hills and getting into the hearts of everyone who could feel its quiet warmth. In that soft light, the lesson was clear but not too obvious. Greatness often starts with humility. Love has power beyond measure, and the simplest moments can hold the deepest truths. This little life, held in her mother's arms, spoke to the unspoken desires of all people, reminding those who stop to listen that deep change often happens quietly, gently, and in places we might not notice. Even now, when you think about the stable, the soft rustle of hay, the quiet breathing of the animals, and the soft glow around the baby, you can feel the quiet, transformative energy that this simple birth brought. This moment was not defined by the grandeur of kings or the noise of cities, but by the peace of love, the slow unfolding of fate, and the gentle reminder that being humble and simple is the first step to waking up. The child slept peacefully at night, under the stars and next to the quiet animals. In that sleep, there was a hint of truth for anyone who was willing to see, feel, and think about it. The air in the morning was cool and crisp, with a light mist that hung just above the calm river. It softened the edges of the world, as if it were inviting people who walked by to stop, breathe, and see something quietly profound. The water moved slowly, like a mirror reflecting the pale golden light of the rising sun. The ripples moved in a slow, steady rhythm that sounded almost like a heartbeat. Birds started to move, and their soft coos mixed with the sound of the wind blowing through the reeds along the riverbank. John stood in the middle of this peaceful scene, his eyes calm but alert. He could feel something much bigger than himself, coming with quiet purpose. His simple, worn robes fluttered in the wind, and the smell of the river mixed with the smell of the trees nearby, making the air feel calm and still, as if it were holding its breath in anticipation. There weren't many people in the crowd, just a few curious onlookers and followers, but the air around them felt charged in a way that was both real and invisible. They had come to see John baptize people, to see him dip them into the flowing water as a sign of cleansing, of letting go of their burdens and starting over. Many came with heavy hearts filled with doubts, regrets, or the quiet pain of past choices, hoping to see some change in the calm waters. One of them walked with a calmness that seemed to draw the sunlight to his feet, as if the river itself knew who he was. This was Jesus, a man whose heart held a purpose that was beyond understanding and whose soul was ready to take on a journey that would change his life and the lives of many others. John looked up and saw him. They didn't say anything, but they both understood what was going on. There was no need for big speeches or loud announcements. All that was needed was to recognize what was about to happen, a sacred act of letting go, giving up the old self, and stepping into the new identity. Like liquid gold, the river showed their movements. When Jesus stepped into the water, the world seemed to stop for a moment. His feet touched the cool riverbed, and ripples spread out from them. The message was quiet but powerful. Change starts with a gentle immersion, a willingness to be open and trust. The baptism was quiet, personal, and strong in its simplicity. John's hands led Jesus, and when he put him in the water, he felt something that went beyond the physical. The mist gently hugged their faces, and the sun, which was now fully up, painted warm golden streaks across the river that danced on the surface. It felt like time had stopped for a moment, letting every whisper of the wind, every gentle ripple, and every bird call become part of the sacred rhythm. Baptism was more than just a ceremony. It was a deep sign of spiritual rebirth, a gentle letting go of what was familiar, and a quiet opening to what was possible. As Jesus came out of the water, the air seemed to shimmer with a subtle energy. Water droplets slid down his robes like tiny prisms. A dove, as white as morning mist, slowly flew down from the sky, circled once, and then sat for a short time on a branch above the river. The bird's presence was soft but clear, a sign of grace and the slow unfolding of fate. People who watched could feel a change, a small ripple in themselves, as if they had also stepped into the water and left behind fears, worries, and burdens that they couldn't see. The river, which was still and calm, seemed to carry the memory of the moment downstream, reaching beyond what was happening right now to touch people's hearts in ways that words could hardly describe. Those who stopped and looked could see the deeper meaning of the baptism. It was not just an outward act, but an invitation to look inside oneself. Standing in the cool water was a way to remember who you used to be, to accept the burden of past choices, regrets, and attachments, and then, gently, to let them go. The river turned into a metaphor, with its flowing currents representing the flow of life, change, and new beginnings. Every ripple, every reflection, and every soft movement of light across the water reminded everyone there that spiritual rebirth isn't sudden or forceful. It's gentle and requires the willingness to give in to something bigger than oneself. The crowd was quiet and paying attention, and they could almost feel the lessons happening in the soft morning light. They saw Jesus walk away from the riverbank with drops of water on his robes. He looked calm, and his heart was quiet, but full of purpose. The morning sun's golden light wrapped around him like a warm, gentle hand, and the river's reflection of his body seemed to ripple outward, touching not only the physical world but also the unseen currents of thought and feeling in the hearts of those nearby. Everyone there felt a small stirring inside them, as if a quiet question was forming. What could they let go of in their own lives? What old burden could they let go of to feel like a new person? The scene stayed calm, almost like a meditation. The reeds moved gently in the morning breeze, making a soft, rhythmic rustle that went well with the gentle sound of the water lapping. The sky, painted in soft gold and lavender colors, seemed to go on forever, like a canvas on which the day's story could unfold. For a moment, Jesus and John stood together without saying a word. They both knew how important what had happened was. The water, which was still rippling softly, carried the memory of the baptism downriver, as if it were inviting anyone who would listen to think about how they could make their own lives better. Even though the crowd was starting to break up and talk quietly among themselves, the air still felt holy. The river, the morning light, the mist that floated by, and the dove's quiet presence all worked together to create a lasting feeling of peace, clarity, and gentle change. It was a moment that words alone couldn't fully describe. It was a whisper of understanding meant for those who could stop and feel it. Every little thing about that peaceful morning was full of spiritual rebirth, letting go of the past, and being open to a new way of being. The simple act of immersion, John's gentle guiding hand, the sparkling drops, and the warmth of the rising sun all worked together to send a quiet but powerful message that would last through time and touch hearts far beyond the riverbank that day. The mist slowly lifted, and the calm river showed a sky that was now brighter, hinting at the journey that was about to begin. Every ripple held a memory of change, giving up and waking up gently. The quiet lessons of that morning, the power of letting go, the importance of humble beginnings, and the gentle promise of renewal stayed with everyone who was there, in the soft air, in their hearts, and in the river's subtle rhythms. As the day began to fully awaken around the river, the gentle hum of nature seemed to echo the quiet truth. True change doesn't happen with big gestures. It happens with a small, willing step into the unknown, guided by trust, patience, and a heart open to the small miracles of life. The desert went on and on, a quiet area of soft sand dunes that looked like they were rippling softly as the sun set. The horizon glowed warmly, casting long shadows that moved slowly with the land's rolling hills. The air was so still that it felt like the earth itself was holding its breath. In the middle of this huge, peaceful emptiness, a single person walked, their feet pressed softly into the sand, leaving a trail that the gentle wind would soon smooth out. This was a place far away from the comforts of life, where people were not familiar, homes were not warm, and the quiet hum of daily duties was not present. In the desert, every step brought me face to face with silence, myself, and the questions that often go unasked in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. He walked for 40 days and nights, feeling the heavy burden of being alone and the quiet pull of doubt that could sneak up on him like a shadow. Hunger whispered in the still air, and fatigue pushed against his limbs, but every step he took was proof of a strength that went beyond the physical. The desert, with its endless stretches of sand and sky, was both a mirror and a teacher. Every dune that changed shape showed how thoughts came and went, how fear grew, and how courage slowly grew beneath the surface. The landscape looked empty, but it had a quiet depth, a place where every breath and heartbeat became part of the journey inside. The shadows got longer as the sun went down and cast a golden glow over the horizon. They looked like silent fingers reaching out over the rolling sand. The figure stopped for a moment, feeling the wind lightly touch his skin and bring with it the faint smell of dry earth and distant stone. Thoughts came to mind without being asked. Questions about purpose, the weight of expectations, and the pull of easier paths that promised comfort but not clarity. The desert seemed to listen, and its vastness echoed every thought and pause. In that echo, a small truth began to take shape. Being strong doesn't always mean not having to deal with problems. It means having the quiet courage to face them, to keep going even when the path is unclear, and to believe that the times when you doubt are part of the journey. As the day turned into night, shadows moved across the sand. The figure crouched down for a moment, putting their hands in the warm grains and feeling the texture and the life that was hidden in the stillness. There was a history in each grain of sand, a lesson in resilience that had been shaped over many seasons. With that simple touch, a link between the earth and the spirit was made. The wilderness, though harsh in its solitude, was a place where distractions went away, where the inner voice could be heard more clearly, and where the fight between doubt and faith became clear, almost real. The mind was full of questions, but the heart started to find a rhythm in the quiet. It was a soft, steady reminder that strength is often built in silence, and that faith is tested in times that seem both normal and extraordinary at the same time. The stillness of the desert nights was different. It was deeper and wider. Stars were spread out across the sky like pieces of light, and their soft glow was reflected in the sand's subtle shine. The cold of night touched the skin, and the desert seemed to go on forever in all directions. In this quiet, the figure let himself face fears that had been there for a long time but had never been spoken. The fear of failing, being misunderstood, or making the wrong choice. But even with these doubts, a whisper of strength began to grow, a quiet understanding that giving in to fear is not the only choice. The struggle itself had meaning, and by facing it, I started to learn more about myself. Days turned into nights without much trouble, and the cycle of hunger, thirst, and loneliness became a constant friend. The figure walked through the desert with a purpose, and every step was a silent sign of trust. Every pause was a chance to listen, breathe, and feel the small stirrings of insight. The horizon changed all the time, going from soft amber in the morning to deep dusky purples as the sun went down. The desert did the same, showing new colors and textures with each hour that passed. It was in these quiet moments when the light danced across a dune, the ridge's soft curve, and the wind moved softly across the sand that lessons were learned, woven into the very fabric of the wilderness. The fight inside was like the fight outside. The questions that came to him were as big and endless as the desert. There were many kinds of temptations. The promise of easier paths, the quiet voice urging compromise, and the promise of easier paths. Instead of using force, they became aware of each temptation and gently turned inward to see how fleeting distractions are and how strong purpose is. The desert's solitude became a place to think, where every moment of doubt was seen, accepted, and let go of gently, leaving behind a clarity that was not harsh, but bright in its stillness. The morning light brought a small change, and the horizon turned pale gold, as if it were telling the journey to keep going. The sand felt warmer underfoot, and the wind brought the faint, comforting smell of plants far away. The figure walked steadily, feeling the desert's rhythm beneath him, and knowing that the physical and spiritual challenges were linked. Every step forward was both an act of strength and a way to let go, face fears without fighting them, and accept the quiet strength that comes from having faith. The 40 days' hidden meaning came to light in this quiet solitude. Real strength isn't in big actions or quick wins. It's in the quiet persistence of faith, the willingness to accept a challenge, and the willingness to face the dark parts of oneself. The desert, which was both harsh and beautiful, taught me that struggle is not a failure but a way to learn more about myself. With each gust of wind across the sand, each shadow that grew longer, and each soft change in light across the horizon, the lesson came through. Courage is patient, faith is strong, and the most important change often happens not with a bang, but with a steady, gentle presence. The figure stopped on a high dune and looked out over the seemingly endless desert. The sun was now rising in warm golden tones, and the quiet beauty of the desert seemed to breathe with him. The shadows were long and soft. The sand sparkled in the new light, and the soft whisper of the wind reminded me that the journey inside is still going on. Every day, every time I thought about something, and every time I faced my fears, I shaped my spirit. Just like the desert shapes the sand by smoothing out rough edges and making curves that catch the light. The wilderness was no longer just a place to test yourself. It was a place to grow, where your inner struggles met your strong faith, and the quiet rhythm of the world became a reflection of the quiet strength within. The morning mist hung lightly over the riverbank, wrapping around the reeds and drifting across the water's soft surface. It gave everything a quiet, muted glow. There were soft birdsong notes in the air that rose and fell, like whispers that seemed to hold secrets of courage and possibility. A person walked slowly along the edge of the water, their feet pressing softly into the wet ground and leaving marks that would soon be erased by the morning breeze. Jesus moved with a calm certainty, as if he could feel the river's rhythm and the hearts of people who were waiting quietly to be awakened. The air was cool but soft, with a faint smell of water and earth that was like a natural perfume that made you want to pay attention and think. Fishermen were starting their day nearby. Their nets and small boats rocked gently with the current, and the quiet splashes of oars broke the stillness in soft, rhythmic intervals. They worked with the same steady rhythm as people who are used to the river's moods. The pull of fish in the net, the sound of the wind, and the occasional call of a bird in the distance. But even in the routine, there was a quiet sense of expectation, an invisible pull that something strange might turn the ordinary into something amazing. A pair of men working in the distance stopped for a moment, sensing something that caught their attention and sparked a quiet curiosity in their hearts. Jesus stopped close to them and looked at them with eyes that were both soft and piercing. It was as if he could see into the very depths of their souls. There was no fanfare or dramatic announcement, just a quiet call to follow and leave behind the familiar paths for one that promised a deeper purpose and the discovery of hidden potential. The men looked at each other, unsure, feeling the pull of the moment, the soft pull of bravery that had been hiding inside them, waiting for someone to notice it and acknowledge it. The mist from the river swirled around their feet, like a soft curtain that opened a space where fear and doubt could be put aside, and a calm readiness could grow. The first words of the invitation were simple, but they had a lot of meaning that went beyond the moment. "Follow me," Jesus said, his voice calm and authoritative, but not commanding or insistent. There was no harsh demand, just the realization that there was a spark of courage and potential in each person that had been there all along, waiting to be recognized. The fishermen looked at their nets, which were the tools of their trade, and at the life they had known since they were young. They felt the pull between the comfort of the known and the quiet promise of a journey into discovery. As Jesus got closer to the water, he gently pointed at the soft current. The morning sun shone on the ripples, which seemed to hold both reflection and invitation. The scene was peaceful, the mist curling over the river, the soft rustle of reeds, and the hills in the distance getting the first warmth of the day. Birds flew off of branches above, their wings catching the light. They moved slowly but surely, as if they knew how important what was happening along the quiet riverbank was. At that moment, the normal world, the boats, the nets, the daily work stopped for a moment, making room for awareness, possibility, and the quiet realization of inner strength. The men felt it almost like a vibration, a quiet stirring that ran from their hearts through every fiber of their being. Their hesitation faded, and they became curious and a little braver. The invitation to follow wasn't just a way to get people to stop using the nets. It was also a way to get people to see the hidden potential that had always been there. It was a chance to take a path that needed faith, strength, and a willingness to go into the unknown. But it offered something much more valuable than the daily grind of work. In their hearts, they all felt a quiet resonance, a deep understanding that the ordinary could be changed by being present and willing to answer the soft call of purpose. They started to follow right away. They walked carefully and on purpose, but there was a lightness to their steps that showed they knew that the fear and doubt were getting lighter with each step next to this calm, confident person. The river's surface showed their faces in soft, wavy patterns that blended with the golden light of the morning sun. In that reflection, they saw the potential they had within themselves, the bravery, empathy, and ability to go beyond what was comfortable and take meaningful action. The reeds moved slowly, brushing against their legs as they walked. The wind carried a soft, almost inaudible encouragement through the air, a quiet accompaniment to their journey as it unfolded. As more people joined the group because they liked the calm authority and quiet presence, the riverbank turned into a corridor of soft light. Each step forward was both real and symbolic. Following wasn't just a physical act. It was a gentle, letting go of curiosity, faith, and the realization that normal people could be part of something amazing. Each face showed a little bit of wonder and a little bit of excitement, but they all knew that the road ahead would require patience, thought, and strength from within. But the early morning scene, with the soft mist over the water, the quiet footsteps, and the sweet chorus of birdsong, made them feel better, that change starts quietly, in small but important moments. The soft splash of oars, the distant rustle of leaves, and the gentle murmur of water against the riverbank all seemed to fit with the unspoken rhythm of possibilities that were growing between them. Jesus' eyes stayed calm, patient, and full of quiet understanding, as if he could see not only the present, but also the potential that would come out in time. And with every soft step along the misty riverbank, each disciple felt a subtle awakening of awareness, a quiet realization that the ordinary could grow into something extraordinary, that courage was quietly waiting to be noticed, nurtured, and followed with purpose. As the sun got stronger and cut through the mist in delicate golden rays, the river sparkled softly, reflecting not only the sky above, but also the sense of purpose that had quietly begun to stir in the hearts of those walking with Jesus. Every step was a conversation between presence and awareness, a growing sense of trust and discovery that brought with it the gentle comfort that they were not alone in facing the unknown. In the quiet of that early morning, along the soft riverbank, with the mist curling and birds singing, a deep change began. It was invisible to most people, but everyone who had answered the gentle call to step forward, embrace their hidden potential, and follow a path lit by quiet courage and faith felt it deeply. The air in the village of Cana was warm and sweet-smelling at night, with the faint smell of olive trees and bread that had just been baked. Lanterns hung from wooden beams and swung gently. Their soft golden light bounced off the whitewashed walls and cobblestone streets, making the place feel both cozy and alive. There were soft strains of music, the sound of cups clinking, and the sound of people talking. Every now and then, there was laughter. It all came together to make a beautiful tapestry of celebration. In one of these homes, a wedding feast was happening. It was small but full of warmth and happiness, with families and friends coming together to celebrate love, union, and the hope of better days ahead. There was a quiet tension under the surface of the festivities, even though there was a lot of noise. The wine was running low, which made the hosts a little anxious. They didn't want to ruin the fun by not having enough wine. The moment, which was simple but important, hung in the air with a sense of anticipation and a hint of doubt. On an otherwise smooth night, it was here, in the normal rhythm of a celebration, that something amazing was about to happen. Jesus had come to the gathering with his mother and a few close friends. He was calm and unassuming, but there was a subtle energy about him that touched the space without changing its natural flow. Mary, seeing that the hosts were worried, walked up to him with a gentle, knowing look that seemed to say both, "I trust you, and I expect you to do what you say." There was no command in that look, only an understanding that even in the most boring moments, something amazing could happen if you just noticed it and let it happen. The servants moved quietly through the room, paying attention, but not sure what to do. They adjusted vessels, refilled cups, and took care of the small things that needed to be done that night. Nearby were 6 big stone jars filled with water for ceremonial washing. Few people noticed them because they were so common, but they were about to become tools of change. The air seemed to hold its breath, and the warm lantern light flickered softly across surfaces, as if it were waiting for the small miracle that was about to happen. During this quiet break, the everyday became a canvas for the sacred to paint on, showing hidden potential in ways that would have gone unnoticed. Jesus told the servants to be calm, measured, and patient. He quietly invited them to take part in something that was beyond their understanding. "Fill the jars with water," he said, and they did what he said, carefully filling them to the top. The moment felt simple, almost boring, but there was a quiet tension in the air, as if everyone was waiting for something more to happen. When he told them to take things out of the jars and give them to the master of the feast, the mood changed a little. There was a soft vibration of excitement in the laughter and whispers. Even the person in charge of the feast couldn't hide their amazement when they took their first sip from the jar. The wine was rich and smooth, which was more than the hosts had hoped for. It was a quiet sign that the sacred is present in the everyday. Some people didn't notice the change, but those who were in tune with the gentle rhythm of possibility felt it deeply. The plain jars of water, which we used to ignore, now held a lot of water and a quiet reminder that the best things in life are often found in places we don't think about. The celebration started up again, but this time it was warmer, with more laughter and a sense of joy that seemed to come naturally, as if the air had learned the lesson of change. The secret meaning of this first miracle came out slowly, like the flickering light of lanterns on the walls at night. It was a quiet lesson in finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, and realizing that simple things and moments have potential that is just waiting to be awakened. The water had always been able to change. It just needed someone who was in tune with the sacred in it to guide it gently and be there quietly. The act itself wasn't loud or dramatic, but it had a quiet, lasting effect that reminded me that miracles often happen when people are open and attentive, and when regular people are willing to do extraordinary things. Kids who were playing nearby stopped for a moment, and their laughter turned into quiet curiosity as they saw the small change in the celebration. Guests who had been talking about everyday things noticed the deeper warmth, fuller taste, and gentle change in the mood. Even the soft music seemed to have a different effect, adding depth and vibrancy that spoke to both the senses and the quiet feeling that everyday moments can have hidden depths. The lantern light, the soft clinking of cups, the rustling of clothes, and the soft hum of voices all came together to make a tapestry that showed the invisible hand of change quietly weaving through the ordinary, unnoticed, but very powerful. Mary watched the scene with quiet happiness, her eyes full of understanding love. The miracle wasn't just that the water turned into wine. It was also that it showed that ordinary people and moments have a lot more potential than what is immediately clear. The servants, who had simply followed orders, were now part of the unfolding wonder, realizing how powerful being attentive and having faith in everyday things can be. The lesson was gentle, but lasting. Change doesn't always happen in big ways. It often happens quietly, through trust, openness, and the ability to see potential where others see only routine. As the night went on, the soft light from the lanterns made gentle reflections on the nearby river. The river carried with it the faint smell of water and earth. People moved slowly and carefully between the house and the river's edge, as if they were aware of new possibilities. People talked more easily. Laughter came easily, and the soft, intimate music seemed to have an invisible rhythm of joy that matched the small miracle that had happened. In the quiet parts of the party, kids whispered to each other. Adults nodded in understanding, and the whole village felt the soft ripple of a change that was both seen and unseen. Even though the miracle was small, it had big effects. When you look at the ordinary with an open mind and a gentle awareness, it shows its hidden potential. The water vessels, the rhythm of daily life, and the simple acts of service and participation all had deeper meanings than what you could see at first. In this gentle unfolding, there was a quiet invitation to the hearts of everyone there, to see that every ordinary moment and every simple action holds the seeds of extraordinary possibility, just waiting for someone to notice, be open to it, and be willing to take part in change. The evening went on, with the soft glow of lanterns, warm reflections dancing on the walls, and soft music mixing with the quiet sound of people talking. Every guest and participant had a quiet sense that the world, even in its simplest form, was full of hidden potential, not through force or grandeur, but through being present, quiet faith, and being open to the gentle unfolding of possibility, the ordinary could become extraordinary. The memory of the change hung in the air, like a soft, long-lasting perfume that invited people to stop and notice the sacred in the smallest and simplest of things. The air by the lake was cool and soft, mixing with the warmth of the day that was still there. The moon's reflection on the water was quiet and shimmering. It cast a pale silver light that spread across the ripples and gave the whole scene a quiet, almost holy feel. Families and people had gathered on the grassy banks, and their eyes were drawn to a figure who moved among the crowd with quiet confidence, but no hurry. The soft murmur of voices, the rustling of clothes now and then, and the distant call of a night bird made a delicate background, like a natural symphony that went well with the moment's slow beat. The crowd was huge, much bigger than anyone had thought it would be. Their whispers were full of curiosity, hope, and quiet anticipation. The children held small pieces of bread in their hands, and the older people adjusted their simple clothes. The soft light of the evening brought out the different faces, each with its own story and hunger, both physical and hidden. Even though the lakeside was beautiful in a soft way, there was a strong sense of need, a quiet tension that came from not having enough, and a constant sense of worry that comes from not having enough. It was in this fragile balance between having too much and not having enough that a quiet lesson began to take shape. It happened without ceremony, but it was very important. As Jesus walked slowly through the crowd, he looked at more than just the people there. He also looked at their hearts and intentions. There was no hurry, no outward sign of urgency, just a calm presence that made people want to pay attention, think, and connect quietly. They gathered small baskets of bread and fish, which were normal supplies that didn't seem enough for the number of people there. But in the soft light of the evening, with the moon shining on the lake, a subtle understanding began to take shape, that even the smallest gifts, if given with intention, faith, and a spirit of sharing, could become vessels of abundance. The disciples moved carefully through the crowd, taking in the excitement, the quiet hopes, and the soft whispers of worry. They could see the problems, like how there didn't seem to be enough food for so many people, but they could also see the possibilities that lay hidden in being simple and thankful. Jesus spoke to them in a soft voice, giving them gentle advice that didn't put any pressure on them, but fit perfectly with the calm rhythm of the evening. "Bring them here," he said. Together, they made a small circle, a place where ordinary things would become extraordinary through the unseen power of care, attention, and faith. The soft rustle of cloth and the gentle clinking of vessels against stone were louder because the crowd was so quiet. Kids watched with wide eyes, old people leaned in a little, and even the birds seemed to stop flying for a moment, as if they could sense something unusual happening. The few loaves and fish, which didn't look like much, were picked up carefully. The hands that held them were steady, but they felt the gentle weight of hope and the quiet faith that even when things were hard, there was enough to go around. Jesus looked up and started to multiply with a soft, almost invisible motion. The loaves and fish, which had been simple and ordinary just a moment before, now seemed to have a presence that went beyond their normal state. When the first basket was opened and shared, the food quietly grew and filled baskets and hands more than anyone thought it would. The moonlight caught the soft reflections on the lake, and in those reflections, the moment's abundance shimmered softly, seen not only by the eyes, but also by the quiet awareness of hearts that were tuned in to see the extraordinary in the ordinary. People started to get the food, and they moved slowly and with respect. People reached out to take the bread and fish, and with each exchange, a quiet sense of connection and thankfulness flowed. The act of giving and receiving together created a rhythm of shared abundance, a quiet energy that moved through the crowd like ripples on a calm lake. Even as they took care of their bodies, each person began to understand the lesson in the moment, that gratitude, no matter how small or simple, can create and multiply, and that sharing what one has opens a channel for blessings to flow in ways that were never thought of before. The disciples, who had been worried and unsure about the limitations, now moved with quiet amazement as they watched how each basket, which had seemed empty at first, kept giving. Their eyes met, and they smiled at each other in a way that showed they understood. They knew that the ordinary could become extraordinary if you approached it with intention and grace. The night was full of the soft sounds of hands passing food, quiet thanks, and small talks that meant more than just what was said. The wind even seemed to move in a gentle way, rustling the reeds along the shore of the lake and carrying a quiet message of the abundance that was happening. The meaning that was hidden became clearer with each passing second. The miracle was not just that the loaves and fish multiplied, but that it made people aware that giving, being thankful, and being involved can create abundance in ways that can't be measured by sight alone. Every small act of sharing made a ripple that went through the community, touching hearts that couldn't be seen and quietly teaching that wealth isn't measured by what you own, but by how generous you are and how willing you are to recognize and nurture the hidden potential in yourself and others. As the night went on, lanterns flickered along the shore of the lake, casting warm reflections on the calm water. The crowd began to feel a quiet fullness, not just in their bodies but in their spirits as well. The conversation was soft and natural, with hints of awe, reflection, and gratitude. The children laughed quietly, their voices mixing with the soft sound of the water lapping against the shore. The adults leaned back and took in the peace that had settled over the group. The shared experience turned into a quiet celebration of connection, trust, and the idea that even in what seem like ordinary moments, extraordinary blessings can quietly appear, waiting for hearts that are open enough to notice, receive, and share. The moon rose higher, bathing the lake in soft silver light. The gentle rhythm of the evening went on, a quiet symphony of being thankful and changing. Every basket, every act of sharing, and every gentle movement in the crowd were part of a tapestry that showed a deep truth. Abundance isn't just about having a lot of things. It's also about being aware, being grateful, and having the courage to share freely and generously. In the stillness of the lakeside, under the soft light of the moon and the lanterns, a subtle awakening spread through the hearts of everyone there. It left behind a sense of quiet wonder and the soft realization that every ordinary moment has the potential for extraordinary grace. The moon's silver light spread across the gentle ripples of the water as the night softly settled over the lake. Mist hung just above the water, twisting and turning like clouds that moved slowly and enjoyed the peace of the night. The lake was usually full of activity during the day, but now it was quiet, except for the occasional whisper of wind through the reeds along the shore. The boats bobbed gently, tied up but swaying, and their dark shapes blended with the water, making the scene both mysterious and soft, inviting quiet thought and wonder. As Jesus walked toward the water, the hem of his robe brushed against the reeds. The disciples were in a small boat nearby, and the waves were making it hard for them to stay still. Their faces showed both awe and fear. Even though the water was calm, There was a quiet ripple of doubt in the air, an invisible tension that ran through the night. Darkness felt heavy, but there was a soft glimmer of hope beneath it, like the moonlight on the lake's surface. The normal laws of nature seemed to be on hold, ready to show what was beyond fear and doubt. The disciples saw him walk lightly on the water, barely disturbing the surface. His feet left faint impressions that glowed softly, as if they were lit from within. There was no splash or sudden noise, just a slow, soft ripple of presence that spread across the water. They stared in shock, trying to understand what they were seeing. The lake, which was so familiar and predictable in its patterns, now showed something that was beyond normal understanding. A soft, glowing proof of the strength of faith, courage, and trust. Peter, who was always impulsive, felt the urge to go beyond his fears. He called out, "Lord, if it is really you, tell me to come to you." His voice was full of hope, doubt, and desire. Jesus' answer was calm, patient, and reassuring, as if he were quietly acknowledging the courage he had inside him. Peter lowered himself from the boat, and the water below him rippled softly at his touch. The night air seemed to stop, holding the gentle tension. The first step was hesitant and careful, but it was also full of a quiet trust that helped him rise above the natural weight of doubt and meet the surface with the quiet strength of belief. Every step Peter took across the water was a conversation between fear and bravery. It was a delicate balance that needed focus, trust, and letting go. The moonlight softly reflected off the ripples he made as he moved, lighting up the path he carved, which was faint and glowing, a silent guide for those who saw the miracle happen. The mist around him seemed to part softly, making a hallway of soft light that made the extraordinary stand out on an otherwise normal night. Every ripple told the story of a change from within, a clear sign of how strong faith can be when it rises to meet a challenge without thinking twice. Fear, on the other hand, was always close by. The wind changed a little. The waves whispered against the boat, and Peter's eyes briefly fell on the vastness around him. At that moment, uncertainty gently pushed against his mind, reminding him that courage is not the absence of fear, but the quiet willingness to move forward anyway. The gentle glow of Jesus' presence was like a steady anchor that gave me comfort and made me feel like every step I took was guided, supported, and meaningful. With each hesitant step, the tension between fear and faith faded away. Instead, there was a soft understanding that stepping into the unknown is where hidden strength and potential often lie. The disciples watched as Peter moved across the water. Their breaths were barely heard in the quiet of the night. The moon's reflection moved gently across the ripples. The mist wrapped around his body like a soft blanket, and the water seemed to hum softly beneath the calm energy of trust and bravery. It was a lesson not taught in words but through presence and example, a living illustration of what it means to rise above uncertainty, to trust in guidance beyond immediate perception, and to recognize that ordinary circumstances often conceal extraordinary possibility. When Peter hesitated for a moment, doubt creeping into his heart, Jesus reached out his hand across the shimmering path. The touch was soft but strong, and it gave Peter's faith a solid base. With that connection, the fear faded, the steps became steadier, and the water below him seemed to glow with an inner light. This showed him that courage, when paired with trust, turns the unknown into a path of discovery and growth. The soft mist reflected the warmth of this connection, wrapping the moment in quiet peace and highlighting the gentle balance of faith and vulnerability. The moonlight turned the lake into a quiet stage of wonder. Every ripple, every faint reflection, and every soft gust of wind added to a scene that was both natural and miraculous. Peter's journey across the water turned into a moving meditation, a gentle reminder that courage is often built not by being free of fear, but by being willing to move forward in spite of it. The water, which is often a sign of uncertainty, now showed the subtle truth that faith can turn fear into strength, hesitation into action, and doubt into discovery. The soft sounds of the night, like the rustling of reeds, the faint call of an owl, and the gentle lapping of water against the boat, all seemed to fit with the lesson that was happening. There was a quiet sense of respect in the night, as if everyone knew that normal perception has limits, but those limits go away when courage meets guidance. With each step forward on the water, a ripple of understanding spread, quietly teaching those who watched that the sacred often shows up where the ordinary and the extraordinary meet, where trust and intention come together in silence, and where hearts willing to follow can find the miraculous in the ordinary. The link between people and God, between courage and faith, became almost real in the calm night air. As Peter's confidence grew, he kept his eyes on the glowing figure in front of him. Each step on the water was a sign of the quiet strength that comes from trust. The disciples, who were watching quietly, began to feel the deeper currents of the moment. They realized that faith can turn ordinary problems into paths of understanding and possibility, and that the miracle of walking on water was also a sign of their inner strength. The moonlight changed slightly, making long, soft shadows on the lake that moved with the water, and the soft shapes of the people who saw the miracle happen. The ripples, which glowed faintly in the dark, carried with them a faint echo of encouragement, a lesson that faith is not always loud or dramatic, but often gentle, persistent, and quietly transformative. The lake was no longer just a body of water. It was a mirror of what people could do. It showed that stepping outside of fear opens up new areas of strength and clarity that people who are stuck in doubt can't see. The night went on, with the soft light of the moon, the gentle movement of the ripples, the quiet presence of the mist, and the subtle hum of awareness, growing among those who saw the miracle. Every step across the water was more than just a physical act. It was a quiet lesson in courage, faith, and trust that encouraged everyone there to see the hidden potential in themselves and to realize that sometimes all it takes to rise above uncertainty is the quiet willingness to follow, trust, and step forward into the gentle unfolding of possibility. There was a lot of movement in the night sky over the Sea of Galilee, but it wasn't the kind that makes you want to think. The waves rose and fell in an uneasy rhythm, rocking the boat gently but steadily. The wood creaked with every small movement. It had started to rain lightly and steadily, but then it turned into heavier sheets that hit the water and the boat with a low, steady patter. There were a lot of clouds in the sky, and they were dark and rolling. Lightning flashes lit up the bottoms of the clouds from time to time, making it look like the heavens were splitting apart quietly, but strongly. Each strike sent ripples across the churning water, showing patterns of chaos and unpredictability that were like the growing unease among the disciples. They huddled together, holding on to the sides of the boat with their hands. The wind made their knuckles turn white. Faces, lit up for a moment by jagged bolts of light, showed fear, tension, and a slight tremor of fear. They had already seen so much miracles and changes that were hard to understand, but this storm was different. It was a real sign of uncertainty that seemed to shake their confidence and calm. The small boat rocked back and forth at first. Then, more strongly, the wind carried soft, sad whispers across the waves, and the rhythmic lapping of water against wood mixed with distant thunder to make a symphony of tension. As the storm grew stronger, Jesus lay still and calm, as if the storm's rage didn't bother him at all. He lay on a simple pillow with his eyes closed, as if the chaos around him couldn't reach the deep stillness inside him. The disciples stole glances at him, their hearts racing and their breath shallow. The difference was almost painful in how clear it was. While they fought against fear, the rising water and crashing waves, he stayed calm and unaffected by the storm outside. This calm, steady presence had a quiet, reassuring weight to it, like an invisible anchor in the middle of uncertainty. A wave hit the side of the boat, splashing cold water on the shaking bodies of the people inside. They gasped and moved quickly. The wind howled, making their clothes rustle and sending the few loose things in the boat flying around. They looked at each other with worry in their eyes, and the unspoken question in their hearts was, how can we tame this storm? How can we calm our fear when the elements are against us? But even though they were scared and unsure, a quiet authority began to emerge. It was the gentle suggestion that peace is not about controlling things, but about mastering oneself, trusting others, and paying attention to what lies beyond what you can see. Jesus opened his eyes, calm and bright under the stormy sky, and looked over the scared faces. His voice was soft, but had a depth that echoed quietly in the chest. It cut through the noise of the wind and water. "Peace, be still," he said, and the sound seemed to change the storm's energy. The waves, which had been wild and restless, began to calm down. The wind turned into a soft breeze, and the heavy rain turned into a calm, rhythmic whisper on the water's surface. The boat, which had been tossed around like it was at the mercy of chaos, now floated almost still, with only the soft ripple of water reflecting the fading lightning across the darkened sky. The disciples' eyes grew wide, and their hearts slowed, as the storm's rage calmed down in the presence of this person. The lesson came about in a quiet way, not through the loudness of the miraculous, but through the undeniable change from fear to calm. There had been a lot of chaos around them, but one person's inner peace had made a quiet sound that reached out and touched the elements themselves. It wasn't just a weather miracle. It was a sign of a deeper truth, a gentle reminder of how inner peace can change outer chaos. As the first stars broke through the clouds that were moving away, their faint glimmers in the calm water looked like tiny beacons of hope. The disciples started to feel the deeper rhythm of the moment. The storm, which had seemed unstoppable just a few moments ago, now seemed like a distant memory. It was a reminder of how fragile people are and how strong they can be when they trust and pay attention to each other. Each small wave not only reflected the star's physical light, but also the unseen light of insight that filled the hearts of those who had seen the calming. The regular boat, the plain night, and the seemingly random things all taught an amazing lesson that was both soft and deep. Peace comes from within, and when you accept it, it changes the world around you. The sounds of the night even started to change to fit the new calm. The wind blew gently through the reeds along the shore. It was no longer harsh or insistent, but it had a soft rhythm that went along with the lake's quiet pulse. As if to honor the small change that had happened, distant birds began their nighttime songs, soft and quiet. The disciples took slow, deep breaths and got used to the new calm. They felt a change deep inside them, a quiet sense of comfort, that even in the midst of life's uncertainties and inner storms, calm could be found by tuning into the steady, lasting presence of trust and faith. The lesson went beyond the moment and the lake, into the quiet places of thought that stay with you after you see such a change. Fear is always there in life, but you can face it, deal with it, and make it less scary if you stay calm inside. The disciples, who were still holding on to the sides of the boat but not as urgently, began to feel the warmth of understanding that had been there for a while. They realized that turbulence outside often mirrors turbulence inside, and that mastery over the self, no matter how quiet or subtle, can calm even the most chaotic situations. The moonlight now softly fell on the lake, making the water's surface glimmer and reflecting the stars above and the calm light of understanding that had settled on everyone who had been there. The boat, which was floating lightly, became a vessel not only for physical passage, but also for insight. It was a quiet stage where the lessons of faith, courage, and inner peace were gently revealed. The evening breeze softened every ripple, showing how peace comes about naturally when fear is met with calm resolve. The storm's memory faded into a soft echo, a quiet reminder that even though chaos is unavoidable, it can change when it is met with calm. The disciples looked at each other quietly as they watched the water become calm again. They knew without saying anything that the real power of the moment was not just in the calmness outside, but also in the gentle awakening of awareness inside themselves. The soft rustle of reeds, the distant reflection of moonlight, and the gentle ripple of water across the lake all came together to make a scene that stayed with me long after the storm had passed. It taught me that when you embrace inner peace, you can face fear and chaos, change them, and finally rise above them. The disciples began to understand the deep, subtle truth of the night as the stars quietly lit up the sky. The lake settled into calm stillness, and the wind carried a soft sigh across the surface. The storm was over, but the lesson stayed with me. It was a gentle, lasting reminder that chaos, uncertainty, and fear are not meant to overwhelm us, but to show us the hidden strength that comes when we trust, have courage, and are present. The moonlight softly lit up the meadow, and each blade of grass had sparkling dewdrops on it that looked like tiny stars scattered across the ground. A light breeze brought the faint smell of wildflowers, which mixed nicely with the strong, earthy smell of the ground. The night was calm and peaceful, but there was still some movement, like the rustling of leaves, the distant croaking of frogs near the edge of a pond, and the occasional whisper of wind across the meadow. In this gentle, soft place, seeds began to fall, floating from hand to soil. Each one held the silent promise of growth and change, the promise of life waiting for the right conditions to wake it up. Jesus walked slowly along the edge of the meadow, his presence calm and steady. He had small seeds in his hand. They looked simple, but they had a lot of meaning for their size. The seeds were thrown gently to the ground. Sometimes they landed on stones, sometimes on thorns, and sometimes on rich, dark soil that was fertile beneath the pale moonlight. The seeds fell in a way that looked random to the average person, but in the quiet rhythm of the night, they were a quiet reflection of how life unfolds in ways that are hard to see. They were a reminder that potential often meets circumstances that shape its growth in ways that are hard to see. The disciples followed and quietly watched, their eyes drawn to the soft light of the meadow and the gentle movement of the seeds. The seeds that landed on stones didn't grow very well because the hard ground pushed them back. Others fell into the thorns, where the growth had a hard time competing and was stifled and overshadowed by the pressures around it. But some seeds did land on soft, dark soil, where they sank gently into the ground and were warmed and fed by it. The difference was small but big, a quiet example of the unseen factors that affect growth, not just in plants, but also in the heart and mind of a person. The soft rustle of the grass and the gentle sparkle of the dew began to show the scene's hidden meaning. Thoughts, intentions, and spiritual understanding need to be open and aware to grow. Just like seeds need soil that is ready to receive them, the stones stood for hardness, resistance, and a mind that was busy or closed off, where seeds of insight and reflection couldn't grow. The thorns were like things that keep you from focusing, things that are more important than you, and worries that kill potential before it has a chance to grow. And the rich soil showed that the mind was open, alert, and ready to learn. So even the tiniest seed could grow into something full, colorful, and life-giving. Jesus knelt down next to a patch of dark, soft soil and gently planted a seed, letting his fingers trace a line in the ground. The disciples watched as the soil enveloped the small grain, seeming to cradle it protectively. The dew that had gathered nearby added a gentle moisture, making sure that the seed was quietly cared for. The calm beauty of the scene was almost hypnotic. The simplicity of planting showed that life always has potential, but it needs attention, openness, and a willingness to make room for growth. Scattering and planting became a close lesson in how effort and openness, action and patience, attention and trust can work together. The seeds landing on the stones were like small failures that weren't really failures. They were gentle lessons in how to be strong and patient. Some would fall, meet resistance, and then find chances in other places. The thorns reminded the disciples of the constant distractions and subtle pressures that can stop growth without them even realizing it, until they quietly choke off potential from the inside. Even in the calm of the night, there was a sense that each seed had a purpose, and each placement was a chance to think about how challenges and obstacles can teach us things that are just as important as the times when things go smoothly. The moonlight moved slowly across the meadow, lighting up tiny, sparkling drops on grass and leaves. It also made faint shadows of movement that seemed to echo the hidden processes that were going on beneath the surface of the soil. The soft breeze moved the seeds that were still in the air, sending some to the receptive patches and others to less favorable places. This reminded everyone that life is rarely predictable, but always meaningful. There is quiet order, subtle patterns, and soft lessons waiting for those who are willing to look and think, even when things seem random. The disciples sat on the soft grass and leaned forward, taking in the scene and the subtle meaning that it had. Jesus talked softly, almost to himself, about the different types of soil and how the seeds would grow. The stones were for people whose hearts don't want to grow, but the lesson was that even the hardest places can be nourished with time and effort. The thorns were meant to remind people who are easily distracted that they need to be mindful and pay attention to help their potential grow. The soft, warm, and fertile soil showed the delicate and important conditions that must be present for understanding, insight, and spiritual growth to take root and grow. Even the animals that came out at night seemed to be in sync with the lesson that was happening. The rustling of small mammals through the underbrush, the buzzing of insects on the dew-covered grass, and the soft calls of birds in the distance all came together to make a soft, constant symphony. It was as if the whole meadow had turned into a living example of care, patience, openness, and the quiet, life-changing power of attention. Each seed, regardless of its immediate fate, bore the silent promise of growth, the capacity to awaken when circumstances were favorable, and the subtle reminder that the unfolding of life necessitates awareness, kari, and trust in processes that frequently remain invisible. The gentle breeze changed again, brushing against the disciples' faces and bringing with it a whisper of understanding. The outside world reflects the inside world, and just like seeds need rich soil, hearts need openness, curiosity, and attention to fully receive insight, guidance, and growth. The moon's light shone faintly on the wet spots of ground, showing where seeds had taken root and bringing to light the quiet birth of life, even on a dark, peaceful night. Every gentle movement of the hand and every casting of a seed seemed planned and purposeful, but they all fit perfectly with the subtle rhythms of nature and the human heart. The night went on softly, with each moment full of thought and the quiet beauty of learning by watching. As I scattered the seeds, I thought about being ready, being open, and gently growing my awareness. The disciples, learning from the soft lesson under the bright moon, began to understand not only the physical growth that seeds can bring, but also the metaphorical flowering that happens when attention, intention, and openness come together. The meadow, bathed in quiet starlight, seemed almost frozen in time. It was a peaceful place, where the lessons of patience, presence, and inner growth slowly unfolded, inviting everyone who saw it to notice, think about, and accept the hidden potential within. The air was calm and cool at night, and it softly brushed against the edges of the narrow road that wound through the hills. In the distance, lanterns flickered faintly, casting warm, wavering circles of light on the cobblestones and the odd patch of dust. Shadows quietly stretched across the path, wrapping around the bumps and dips in the ground. The soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze added a whispering rhythm to the stillness. On this quiet night, a traveler moved slowly, taking each step with care. He wasn't just tired, he was also on edge, because he was being careful. The road looked calm, but there was an undercurrent of uncertainty. It was a reminder that even when things are calm at night, you are still vulnerable on your journey. The traveler's steps slowed when he saw an unexpected obstacle: a body lying by the side of the road. A man with bruises and tiredness, his cloak torn and wet from the light dew that had begun to settle on the ground, looked like he had been left behind by both luck and other travelers. The moonlight, which was soft and diffused by moving clouds, lit up his face with quiet clarity, showing the subtle lines of pain, tiredness, and a silent desire for help. The scene was simple, but the message was deep. Suffering often comes quietly and without fanfare, and true compassion is shown when you choose to act. As the traveler got closer, he hesitated for a moment, a whisper of the instincts shaped by fear, caution, and the unspoken rules of social expectation. The shadows of the night seemed to lean in closer, as if they were watching the quiet conversation between conscience and circumstance. During that brief pause, the world seemed to hold its breath, inviting thoughts about the subtle forces that shape human behavior. These forces often decide whether empathy will stay dormant or come to life. The faint light from the lantern in his hand made soft halos on the uneven stones, lighting up not only the path, but also the quiet corridor of choice that lay ahead of him. Then, Softly, he got closer. He reached out with steady but gentle hands to the man who had fallen and carefully lifted him to a sitting position. The man winced a little when he heard a soft sound break the silence of the night, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes, a glimmer of hope that had quietly come out of the darkness. The traveler carefully adjusted the fallen man's cloak, brushing off loose dust and smoothing out wrinkles. His movements were slow and careful, like a quiet dance of empathy. There was a quiet understanding in every movement that real compassion doesn't need big gestures or declarations. It often shows up in the gentle, careful care given to someone in need. The road, which had been quiet and unfeeling, now seemed to hum softly with the two people there. Their gentle but powerful interaction changed everything. The traveler looked around and saw that the path was empty. The trees in the distance were swaying quietly, and the stars above were shining softly, making silver threads across the night sky. There was no audience, no applause, just the quiet, personal recognition of one person reaching out to another with care and thoughtfulness. The scene was filled with a quiet power, an almost imperceptible resonance that reminded everyone there, even the silent hills and the whispering wind, that even small acts of empathy can have a big impact. The man leaned against the traveler for support as he got his wits back. The soft light from the lantern showed the trust that was growing between them without them saying a word. It was a bridge made of kind, deliberate gestures of help. The traveler held out a steady arm to help the man get all the way up. The night seemed to change around them. The shadows were less harsh, and the moonlight softly reflected off the stones and patches of grass, showing how beautiful it was to care for someone. The road, which had only been a way to get from one place to another, had become a living example of the quiet power of human kindness, where barriers of culture, expectation, and assumption fell apart under the gentle weight of concern and attention. As they started to walk slowly together, the sound of their footsteps matched the soft sigh of the night breeze. Every move was planned and done with care, and there was a quiet understanding that empathy is a form of active awareness, a spiritual practice that shows itself in the choices we make every moment. The traveler's hand rested lightly on the shoulder of the man who had fallen. This gave him balance and comfort, and the man changed his pace to match the careful rhythm of the gestures that were guiding him. The journey went on along the quiet road, not hurried or dramatic, but deep and personal. With each step, the lesson that was happening in the shadows became clearer. True spirituality is not just about rituals, but also about being aware, taking action, and showing compassion beyond normal limits. The night wrapped around them like a blanket, and the sounds of nighttime animals broke the silence. A frog croaked softly near a pond. Small mammals whispered through the underbrush, and leaves rustled softly in the breeze. The light from the lantern flickered on stones and patches of grass, sometimes showing the soft reflections of the moon on the traveler's careful steps. Even the smallest things, like the way a cloak creased, the sound of breathing, or the light weight of one hand guiding another, were important and made a delicate tapestry that spoke more strongly than words could. The ordinary road, now bathed in the soft light of night, had become a stage for the amazing lesson of empathy that had come to life. The man who had fallen was slowly getting stronger and began to speak softly, his words careful and measured in the stillness of the night. The traveler listened and nodded gently, giving small signs of support. Their communication was mostly through being present and paying attention. There was no need for big speeches, just being there, walking side by side, and offering a hand when needed, created a deeper understanding than just talking. The road, which was quiet and only lit by soft lantern light and silvered moonbeams, seemed to go on forever. This is a timeless truth. When compassion is given sincerely and without expectation, it changes both the giver and the receiver in a way that is both silent and profound. The traveler began to think about things as they walked. Every person you meet has hidden problems, times when they are weak, and a quiet need for help that most people don't see. The man lying by the road had become more than just a person in need. He was a symbol of the universal human experience, a mirror of the difficulties, pain, and quiet cries for empathy that are always present in life. The act of helping someone, even if it meant getting over fear, discomfort, or social pressure, was a gentle reminder that the essence of spirituality is being actively involved and knowing that true care goes beyond identity, culture, or situation. The night went on, wrapping the two figures in its soft arms. Stars twinkled faintly above, and their reflections danced across the dew-covered grass. The road wound gently through the quiet hills, and with each step, they thought about the fine line between fear and courage, hesitation and action, and indifference and compassion. The silence was not empty. It was full of meaning. Every gentle movement, every soft step, and every careful gesture revealed the hidden truths of how people connect and how empathy can change things. The lantern flickered softly, casting light that moved around on the road. But the warmth of its glow seemed to go beyond just lighting up the road. It was a sign of being aware, a quiet reminder of the inner light that comes out when you choose to act with care, attention, and understanding. The night seemed to lean in closer, and the shadows seemed to soften, as if they knew that this quiet path was creating a subtle harmony. Compassion, which is so simple and understated, turned out to be the heart of a living spirituality that isn't limited by ritual or expectation, but by the willingness to see, feel, and act on the quiet needs of others. The moon cast a pale silver light over the rolling fields, which seemed to breathe quietly under its glow. The countryside was wrapped in the soft embrace of night. The cool night air smelled faintly of damp earth and blooming flowers, and soft shadows stretched over the hills. A small house in the distance glowed warmly, its lights like soft beacons calling through the dark. A single person walked steadily down the quiet path that led to it. At first, their steps were unsure, but with each soft crunch of gravel under their old sandals, they grew more sure. The night was quiet, but there were quiet sounds all around. The hoot of an owl far away, the whisper of wind through the trees, and the soft rustle of leaves as he moved carefully. Everything about the evening seemed to lead up to the story that was about to unfold, a story of coming back, thinking about the past, and the quiet power of forgiveness. The young man's journey had been long and winding, both in terms of distance and in terms of how he felt and thought. He had left home looking for freedom, adventure, and maybe a way to understand life outside of the walls of his family's home. At first, the world outside was bright and exciting, with bright lights, busy streets, and faces that smiled and passed by without being remembered. But the initial excitement had slowly faded, leaving behind a quiet sense of emptiness and the knowledge that fulfillment could not be found in just wandering or giving in to temptation. His things had gotten smaller, his friends had left, and the excitement he had been chasing now seemed far away and empty. The trip had turned into a time of reflection, where every step forward was like a step inward, toward realizing what he had lost, both physically and spiritually. As he walked, the moonlight showed him the shapes of the hills, the path's curve, and the tall grasses brushing against his legs in a calm way. Every little thing seemed to reflect the small truths that were coming to light inside him. How he was aware of his mistakes, how he relied on others, and how he quietly longed for acceptance and home. The cool night air brushed against his face, bringing with it whispers of insight and the warmth of memory, making him remember the safety and comfort he had once taken for granted. Every step toward the distant lights took courage. It was a delicate balance between fear, hope, and the desire to make things right that stirred quietly inside. As he got closer to the shape of his family home, the path got narrower. The soft glow of lanterns on windows and doors cast soft shadows on the ground. The quiet rhythm of the flames made each reflection flicker, and it seemed to speak to his heart without words, reminding him of the warmth that would always be there, even after a long absence. His hands, which were lightly clenched at his sides, slowly relaxed, just like the tension that was slowly leaving his body. Every breath brought in the calm of the night, mixing it with the faint smell of home-cooked food and wood smoke that had drifted softly into the air. These little things meant a lot. They were a quiet reminder that some things about love and connection stay the same, even when you're far away or have been apart for a long time. He stopped for a moment at the edge of the yard to look at the lights and the familiar shape of the house. The garden, which was lit by the moon, seemed to come to life in a quiet way. The dew on the leaves made them look like they were shimmering. The trees rustled softly in the evening breeze, and the sounds of night creatures moving around without making a sound were all very delicate. For a moment, he let the beauty and peace of the night wash over him, calming the worries and regrets that had been with him on his journey. The quiet beauty of the evening and the simple, steady presence of his home made a soft sound of hope, an unspoken invitation to come back fully, not just in body, but also in heart and spirit. As she moved forward, the memory of the past mixed with the promise of the present. Familiar faces, gestures that were once second nature, and the soft rhythm of voices he hadn't heard in a long time all came together to create a quiet sense of anticipation inside him. He thought about the laughter they shared at meals, the little things that made his daily life easier, and the support that was always there, even when it wasn't spoken. The journey had taught him a lot, but it had also reminded him that care and connection are always there, and that forgiveness and reconciliation are always possible if you are humble and aware. The doors opened quietly in front of him, and he saw a familiar figure standing just inside. The warm light coming in from outside lit up the face, which had a soft glow of recognition and relief. The young man felt both excited and vulnerable as he got closer. With each step, he felt the weight of his past mistakes and the gentle hope of being able to fix them. The soft sound of footsteps coming closer matched the beat of his own heart, a hint of how action and intention are in sync. The night, with its soft moonlight and whispering breeze, seemed to stop, holding the moment with tender patience as the journey home reached its most private point. The father's face was calm and kind, with no sign of anger or judgment. It was only a quiet welcome and the deep warmth of lasting love. He stretched out his arms in a soft, inviting way, and the young man moved toward them slowly at first, but then he felt better. The hug, which was simple but deep, said more than words ever could. The unspoken admission of guilt, the gentle acceptance of return, and the soft light of forgiveness At that moment, it felt like the night was breathing out, and the moonlight was shining more softly across the garden, bringing out the quiet joy and healing that came with the reunion. Even though the hug lasted a long time, the house itself seemed to echo the night's soft lesson. The soft sounds of life settling within the walls, the warm glow of lanterns, and the quiet rustling of leaves in the garden all spoke to the growing realization that reconciliation is both personal and relational. It takes courage, humility, and the willingness to return, even after making mistakes and wandering. The calm of the night, broken up by these quiet conversations, was a subtle reminder that we learn the most about ourselves and heal the most when we are accepted fully by others, without anger or blame. The young man stepped all the way inside, and the soft floor beneath his feet absorbed the hesitant rhythm of his movements. The lanterns flickered softly, lighting up the familiar corners of the room, the simple furniture, the quiet way of life, and the soft presence of family waiting patiently. He had been on a journey of wandering, loss, and realization that had brought him to this moment. But the night seemed to teach him even more. True homecoming is not just about where you are, but also about your heart, a gentle weaving of understanding, acceptance, and renewed connection. The stars above kept shining steadily, sending soft silver reflections through the windows that mixed with the warm amber light of the house. The young man's heart, which had been heavy with doubt, now felt lighter. He accepted himself and others quietly and realized that forgiveness, both given and received, changes not only relationships, but also the way the soul feels. The night, the path, and the home all came together in a delicate dance of reflection, action, and restoration. Each part added to the growing understanding that the journey inward is just as important as the journey outward, and that having the courage to go back and embrace reconciliation is a deep form of spiritual awakening. The hills went on forever under a soft sky, with faint, twinkling stars that looked like tiny pinpricks of light on the dark ground. The tall grasses rustled in the light breeze, which carried with it the faint, earthy smell of the soil, and mixed with the faint smell of wildflowers that had been hidden under the soft cloak of night. The quiet was deep, but it was also full of life in every small sound. The rustle of leaves, the soft clatter of rocks far away, and the faint bleating of a single sheep that was wandering carefully across the rolling hills. Each step of the little creature made a soft sound, almost like a question, as it searched for safety, belonging, and the comforting presence of care that had slipped out of its reach for a moment. The shepherd moved slowly and carefully, and his shape was only slightly visible in the silver moonlight. His eyes were calm but alert, as they looked over the dark hills, paying attention to every sound and every small movement in the grass and rocks. The night made even the quietest sounds seem louder, like the soft rustle of a woolly coat brushing against the ground, or the gentle thud of hooves on uneven ground. The shepherd was aware of these small signs as he moved forward, guided by both his experience and a strong, instinctive sense of duty. Every move was careful and planned, but also soft, as if the night itself needed respect and gentle care. The lone sheep moved slowly, its small body lit up by the moonlight against the dark hills. It stopped every now and then, its ears twitching at the soft sounds the wind carried. You could see its breath in the cool night air. The creature moved slowly and carefully, as if it was weighing each step forward against memories of safety and fears of being alone. The hills, which are usually comforting and familiar during the day, looked huge and scary in the dim light. Shadows softened their shapes, but distance made them look bigger. But the sheep kept going, driven by a natural urge to go back to its shepherd's warmth, safety, and familiarity. The quiet night seemed to get deeper as the shepherd got closer, making the sound of his careful steps on the uneven ground louder and longer. His presence gave a calm sense of security and a promise that no traveler, no matter how small or unimportant, would be left alone. The hills, though dark and big, seemed smaller as he got closer. Each curve and rise showed a path lit by the moon. As he walked, the shepherd's hand would sometimes brush lightly against the grass, feeling its texture and grounding himself in the earth. This was a subtle way for him to connect with the land that supported both him and the animals he was watching over. The sheep stopped again when it heard the faint footsteps coming. It raised its small head and turned slowly, as if it could sense a presence that was both familiar and comforting. It moved slowly and cautiously, but there was a quiet understanding in its eyes, a flicker of hope that stirred deep within. The night was still and quiet, and it seemed to hold its breath as the shepherd knelt down softly to meet the creature at its level. He reached out with his hands, which were soft and trembling, toward the lost sheep. There was no hurry or need to act right away. There was only a quiet patience that let the creature feel seen, valued, and understood in the soft light of the moon. A soft song of relief and connection mixed with the sound of the wind whispering through the grasses and the faint sound of bleating that came from the hills. With each step the shepherd took closer, the creature's body relaxed a little bit, letting go of some of its stress as it sensed the shepherd's care and guidance. The hills, which were still big and dark, became a stage for the close interaction, a place where being open and paying attention met, and the smallest acts of being there had a lot of meaning. The night, with its soft symphony of wind, rustling leaves, and faint calls of distant animals, became a friend to this gentle reunion, holding the moment with soft light and gentle patience. As the shepherd gently picked up the little creature, the night seemed to breathe out softly, sending the quiet sound of the hidden meaning into every hill and shadow. The sheep that had been lost stopped moving around and let the shepherd lead it back to safety. It was warm against the shepherd's chest. The shepherd's soft steps across the grass made a rhythmic lullaby, a gentle beat that echoed the quiet lesson being taught. Every life, no matter how small, has value and care. When given sincerely, turns fear into trust and loneliness into connection. The moonlight made the shepherd's gentle movements look like they were dancing over the hills, casting soft shadows that moved over the hills. The shepherd's every cautious glance, step, and fold of the sheep's wool became part of a larger tapestry, one made with care, patience, and a quiet understanding of how valuable each person is. The distant stars seemed to shimmer in harmony, and their soft light gave the scene an otherworldly quality, emphasizing how important guidance, presence, and care are in everyday life. The way back to the rest of the flock was quiet but purposeful. Each step on the soft ground was a gentle reminder of balance, awareness, and trust. The shepherd's careful placement of his feet, the gentle swaying of the sheep in his arms, and the soft night air blowing through the grasses all made him think about the quiet, steady work of taking care of things. The lost sheep, which had been wandering aimlessly in the dark, was now safe and sound, aware of its own worth and the care of the person who had promised to find and protect it. The hills, which were big and dark, no longer seemed dangerous. Instead, they were part of the calm story of return, presence, and quiet assurance. As they got closer to the edge of the flock, The soft sounds of other sheep, calling, and moving through the moonlit meadow added to the scene, creating a quiet chorus of community and belonging. The lost sheep raised its head a little, sensing its friends nearby. Its eyes showed quiet gratitude and a soft sense of safety. The shepherd walked slowly toward the center of the flock, keeping a steady rhythm. His figure was a quiet anchor of guidance, care, and attention. Every soft step reminded me of the lesson that every life is valuable. Every person matters, and the conscious choice to seek, protect, and guide shows how deeply God cares for us through our actions. The night went on, and the hills softly echoed the mix of fear, wandering, and the safety that comes from careful guidance. The stars above continued to twinkle softly, their dim light bringing out the fine details of grass, earth, and wool. This was a gentle reminder of how everything is connected under the vast, calm sky. Every move, every small look, and every soft step had meaning. They showed that what might seem normal, a shepherd looking for a lost sheep, has deep spiritual meaning. The soft sway of the sheep in the shepherd's arms, the quiet night air, and the rolling hills all told a story of care, attention, and the inherent value of every being. This was a reflection of both divine and human empathy that was quietly revealed in the stillness of night. The moon was low in the sky above the quiet city, and its light made long, soft shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets and the fancy fronts of expensive homes. In the windows, lamps flickered softly, and their warm light lit up the thin curtains that were swaying in the cool night air. The streets were mostly quiet, with only the faint sound of distant footsteps, the soft rustle of leaves in hidden gardens, and the occasional whisper of a night breeze that blew through the alleys with a soft sigh. One person walked slowly and thoughtfully through the elegant homes and quiet squares. Their fine clothes caught the soft light of lanterns and the moon. He walked carefully, as if the ground beneath him reacted to the weight of his thoughts as well as his body. The young man was very rich. His home was full of treasures. His table was full of delicious food, and he was trained to do the complicated math of power and inheritance. But underneath all this wealth, there was a quiet unrest, a subtle dissonance that neither gold nor power could calm. The candlelight in his windows couldn't warm the dark corners of his mind, where questions of meaning and purpose hung around like faint echoes that wouldn't go away. He walked slowly, looking at the soft reflections in the windows of nearby mansions. Each one was a mirror of comfort, status, and wealth. But they all showed how temporary and fragile worldly possessions are. The stone walls and well-kept gardens along the quiet streets seemed to encourage thinking. The young man's inner life was reflected in every carefully placed statue, every ornate door, and every flickering lantern. They showed both the beauty and the emptiness of the treasures he had collected. He stopped under a soft archway, and the moonlight lit up his thoughtful face, showing a slight tension between desire and doubt. The city around him looked calm, but the stillness made him think more about the questions in his mind. What is really important? Is it possible to find peace and happiness in getting rich? Or does the heart want something more than material things? He kept walking down the quiet street, but his eyes drifted up to the soft light of the night sky. The stars shone through the thin clouds, their light distant but steady. The young man felt a small tug in his chest, a gentle stirring that seemed to call him to think and rethink. His treasures were great, but they didn't seem to be able to answer the questions his spirit was asking. The empty street echoed with each soft step, and a quiet rhythm matched the conversation going on in his head. The silver and patient moonlight brought out the fine details of the city's buildings and cast soft reflections on his well-polished shoes. Each reflection was a quiet reminder that material wealth could not answer the deeper questions of meaning and belonging. He saw a person standing still in the soft shadows of the square as he turned a corner. They gave off an air of calm that seemed to be at odds with the restless energy of his own heart. The person there was unassuming, but in a calm, quiet way. They were in charge. As the young man got closer, he realized that this was not just another person walking by, but someone whose words had a quiet power that could cut through the masks of pretense and show the truth. The night itself seemed to quiet down around them. The leaves stopped rustling, and the soft wind slowed down, as if they were listening to the conversation that was about to happen. The soft light from far-off lanterns made a halo around the figure, which made the contrast between the city's restless, shimmering wealth and the calm, bright simplicity of his presence even more striking. The young man spoke slowly, with a question on the tip of his tongue that he wasn't sure he wanted to ask. His voice was soft but strong, and it carried the weight of years spent gathering and protecting, striving and achieving, but somehow missing the deeper meaning of life. The figure listened quietly, their eyes glowing softly. They were patient and understanding. Without judging, the silence between them grew slowly, broken only by the faint sounds of nightlife far away, the rustle of a stray cat moving across the rooftops, the whisper of a night breeze along the river, and the occasional creak of a lantern swinging in the still air. In that quiet, the young man felt a small change, as if the rhythm of the night was in sync with the way his heart was moving toward reflection. He wanted to know what he needed to do to get the peace he wanted, and to really answer the call he felt inside him. The answer was simple but deep, like a calm river, cutting through the thick forest of his mind. Let go of things that make your heart heavy. Let go of the weight of worldly possessions, and accept what is eternal and unseen. The young man's steps slowed down, and the city's shadows seemed less threatening and more thoughtful, showing that he was starting to change on the inside. The rich things around him didn't shine as brightly anymore. The fancy buildings looked softer in the quiet moonlight. A gentle understanding began to weave through his thoughts, that security, value, and purpose aren't found in material wealth, but in having an open heart and being free to grow spiritually. He stopped under a quiet balcony, where the night air gently brushed against his face and brought with it the faint scents of jasmine and earth from hidden gardens. The person's words hung in the air like soft music, inviting him to think about the things that can't be weighed or measured. The wealth that comes from being at peace with yourself, being generous, and having the strength to let go of what holds you back. The city, which was still shining with gold and light, seemed to fade into the background, giving the young man room to feel the quiet resonance of choice, reflection, and surrender. His heart, which had been heavy with want and doubt, started to feel lighter. The soft rhythm of the night echoed the rhythm of a path that led beyond material things to a deeper understanding of himself and his spirit. The soft glow of lanterns bounced off the polished stones under his feet, making each step feel lighter and more purposeful as he walked through streets that had once felt like they were suffocating with their silent beauty. The wind whispered through narrow streets, sending a quiet message of change and freedom. The moon's silver light followed his path with quiet constancy, lighting up the features of his face as he thought about the delicate balance between what he had held on to and what he might now choose to embrace. Everything about the night, the gentle sway of the branches, the faint hum of life far away, and the rhythmic tapping of his steps seemed to be in tune with the lesson that real growth needs courage, reflection, and the ability to let go of things that no longer feed the soul. The quiet streets of the city became a moving meditation as he walked. The shadows softened, the light flickered softly, and the night air seemed to carry a soft message. Peace is not found in getting more things, but in being there. Value is not found in having a lot of money, but in letting go. The young man's hands, which had been tightly clenched out of habit, were now relaxed, just like how his mind was changing. Every step felt like a gentle prayer, and every breath was a reminder of the small abundance that comes when the heart is free of attachment. The city, which was big and rich, had changed into a place of contemplation at night, a living example of the lesson that spiritual treasures are more valuable than worldly ones. The night was quiet, almost like a prayer, with the soft light of the moon spilling over the hills and valleys. The mountains in the distance looked like silent guards, with silver dust on their peaks and deep, still shadows between them. There was only one well at the bottom of a gently sloping hill. The pale moonlight reflected off its calm surface, and the water was still and unbroken, except for the occasional ripple of a soft evening breeze. There were lanterns hanging nearby, and their light flickered softly against the stone walls of the well, making the ground around it look like it was moving. The air was cool and smelled faintly of earth and flowers from far away. In the quiet, you could almost hear the soft pulse of life, the rustling of leaves, the distant chirp of a night bird, and the quiet gurgle of water moving through the deep stone well. A woman walked along the path that led to the well. Her steps were hesitant but firm, and her mind was full of longing and deep thought. The night wrapped her in soft darkness that stood out against the soft light of the lanterns and the water's reflective surface. She had walked this path many times, often out of necessity, to get water for the day ahead. Her hands and arms were used to the rhythm of the task, but tonight felt different. There was a quiet sense of excitement in the air tonight, as if the quiet night itself held space for something deeper than just drawing water. She took each step on purpose, knowing that the stones under her feet were cool and uneven. Her heart echoed the soft beat of her steps. As she got to the well, she lowered her bucket into the still water. The soft splash barely broke the peace of the night. She stopped for a moment and looked at the water's surface, where her own image rippled gently with the water's movements. The moonlight brought out the lines on her face, showing the faint signs of experience, the subtle tiredness that came from working hard over and over again, and the quiet intensity of her thoughts. In the quiet, she felt the pull of something beyond what she knew. She had the feeling that what she wanted from the world, the happiness that always seemed just out of reach, might be found in a deeper, quieter place. The sound of footsteps coming closer broke the calm rhythm of the night. They were soft and unassuming, but they carried an energy that was neither sudden nor threatening. The woman looked up and saw a man standing near the edge of the path lit by lanterns. He was calm, patient, and gentle, and he had a quiet understanding that made her feel better right away. The night seemed to react, as if the soft rustling of the leaves was slowing down to watch the meeting. The man's eyes had a soft warmth to them, and the light from the lantern made them shine in small, reassuring ways. His face was open and welcoming, without any demands or judgments. They spoke softly, with words that were soft but heavy, like the slow turning of a page. He asked her for water, not just to quench his thirst, but as a way to start a conversation, a way to connect the physical world with the deeper meanings that were going on beneath the surface. She answered carefully, her natural curiosity tempered by her past experiences and the quiet doubt that comes from being let down over and over again. But his questions, which were gentle and probing, went beyond the surface and reached for truths that were deeper than her daily tasks and the routines that had long defined her life. In the soft evening breeze, the lanterns flickered gently, casting a warm glow on the well and the stone around it. The water reflected both the light and the movement of their conversation. The woman felt a small change inside her, a gentle realization that physical effort alone could not give her what she had been looking for so long: satisfaction, validation, and meaning. As she breathed in and out, the quiet rhythm of the night matched her own. She felt that there was something that would make her happy, that was beyond what she could see, and the things that had taken up so much of her time. The man's words were soft but strong, and they suggested a source of life that flows into the heart in ways that food cannot touch. It was a subtle invitation to seek nourishment for the body and the spirit. She lowered her bucket again, and the soft splash mixed with the quiet sounds of the night. The water reflected the moonlight and the calm looks on their faces. Every ripple seemed to reflect the small awakening of understanding within her. The realization that the deepest satisfaction in life comes from connection, understanding, and being open to what is beyond what you can see right now. The night seemed to hold its breath in awe of the realization that was happening. The mountains stood still as witnesses to the gentle change that was taking root. Their talk went on in the calm night air, with words flowing slowly, like water over rocks. Each word had weight, but also left room for thought. She started to feel the gentle pull of possibility. She realized that fulfillment doesn't come from chasing after things that don't last or holding on to the same old routines. It comes from embracing the deeper currents that nourish the heart. The gentle wind touched her face and brought with it a quiet message of patience, presence, and receptivity. It reminded her that true fulfillment requires being open and willing to accept what is offered from sources that are often overlooked. The lantern's light danced softly on the stone walls, and the well's reflection rippled softly as they moved. The woman kept looking at the water, watching the moon's reflection change with each gentle movement. She felt a quiet truth coming to her. She could satisfy her spiritual thirst, but only by looking inside herself, embracing reflection, and opening herself up to the unseen and eternal sources of life. The night air had a soft, calming rhythm, and in that rhythm, she felt the first signs of inner peace. She knew that she could find satisfaction beyond the surface, not by working hard or collecting things, but by being aware, open, and trusting. The lesson was made clearer by every little thing in the scene, like the soft light of the lanterns, the gentle sway of the mountains in the distance, the quiet ripples of the well, and the soft rhythm of the conversation. The woman, who had only been focused on her daily tasks and physical needs, began to feel the deep need for something more than what she could see. The calm and patient night was like the process of waking up inside. It reminded me that true nourishment comes from both visible and invisible sources, both immediate and eternal. The moonlight moved slowly across the hills, casting soft silver shadows on the well and the path around it. This was a sign of the woman's ongoing change. She felt a gentle release, as the tightness of worry and worldly concern eased. She became aware of a possibility she had long ignored, that her inner life, spirit, and heart could be replenished in ways that physical effort alone could never provide. The water in the well was calm, reflective, and patiently waiting, just like the gentle encouragement she had gotten from the figure next to her. The night seemed to breathe with her. The wind carried a soft melody through the grasses and the mountains far away. The shadows moved slowly, and the water rippled softly in response to currents that could not be seen. Every little thing, from the faint smell of earth to the soft flicker of lantern light, made her feel the hidden truth that she was starting to understand, that fulfillment, meaning, and peace are found not only in what we see and touch, but also in the quiet, patient nourishment of the soul, in the gentle acceptance of guidance, and in the recognition of sources beyond the immediate and visible. The air was still at night over the quiet village, and a slight chill brushed against the ground and the faces of people who walked its winding paths. Stars twinkled faintly in the wide sky, and their distant light spilled down like tiny whispers of eternity, lighting up the simple homes and narrow streets with a soft, otherworldly glow. A small, unassuming tomb lay in the middle of the village, bathed in the silver light of the moon. Its stone facade was quiet, but bright in the soft light. A thin mist hung just above the ground, weaving through the cracks in the stone and slowly drifting over the gardens nearby. It made a delicate veil that softened the edges of the night. The breeze was soft and brought with it the smell of wet earth, flowering bushes, and the faint smell of wood smoke from faraway hearths. The night seemed to be frozen in time, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for what would happen next. People who loved Lazarus whispered softly inside the small house nearby. Their voices were low and shaky, as if they were afraid to upset the delicate balance between hope and grief. The soft glow of the lanterns on their faces showed a mix of sadness, uncertainty, and the faint flicker of hope that was still there. The hours of darkness had weighed heavily on their hearts, but there was still a quiet thread of trust, a fragile belief that the unseen currents of life could still bend in favor of hope. Every soft sigh and careful step carried the weight of longing, but in that quiet despair, there was an undercurrent of something that couldn't be put into words, a whisper of possibility that went beyond what could be understood. There were soft patches of moonlit grass and scattered stones along the path to the tomb. Each step made a soft, crunching sound as people walked toward it. The air was cool and almost like water as it wrapped around the villagers as they got closer. They could hear the faint rustle of night birds in the distance and the soft brush of leaves against the stone walls. In the quiet of the evening, their feelings were deep, unspoken, and raw. Each heart silently reached out for comfort and reassurance that could only come from the miraculous. As they moved, the shadows on the ground danced lightly, stretching and bending with the soft light of the lantern. Every little sound, the creak of a door, the soft whisper of a robe felt louder in the holy silence. In the middle of this quiet night stood Jesus, calm and deliberate, giving off a stillness that was different from the nervous excitement of those around him. His eyes, which were lit by the faint glow of the moon and the soft glow of the lantern, seemed to reach into the hearts of everyone in the room. The air around him was full of a deep, quiet intensity that demanded both attention and surrender. His hands rested gently at his sides in the soft shadows, and his posture was calm but alert, ready to respond to the unseen currents of life itself. He walked slowly toward the tomb, and each step made a soft sound in the quiet night. The mist swirled around his feet, catching the faint light of distant lanterns. It was as if the air itself wanted to make the moment even more special. The villagers followed in respectful silence, their hearts in tune with every gesture and movement, as if the night itself were alive with excitement. The stone at the entrance to the tomb, which had been cold and weathered from years of being ignored, loomed in front of them, heavy and serious. The people who were there all seemed to hold their breath, and the sound of leaves rustling and water murmuring in the distance added to the feeling of being in a place between despair and wonder. Jesus pointed to the tomb with steady hands and spoke in a voice that was barely above a whisper, but had a subtle authority that seemed to echo through the still night. His words were soft, but powerful. They reached into the depths of shadow and silence, weaving through the hearts of those present and bringing hope where only sadness had been. The mist moved slowly, as if it were responding, sending his voice across the stones and into the hearts of those who were watching. There was a thin, electric tension in the air as everyone prepared for what seemed impossible, a divine intervention that could change the course of grief and despair. The stone was moved slowly, and the darkness inside the tomb became clear. The soft light from the lanterns and the faint light from the moonlit sky lit up the dark room, revealing the shapes of the still space, which was quiet and waiting. The crowd fell silent, except for the soft sounds of the night, the wind gently rustling the leaves, the faint hum of life in the distance, and the soft intake of breath as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the big news. The air felt heavier here, full of expectation and the quiet weight of possibility. It was as if the night itself was leaning in closer, waiting for the miracle that was about to happen. At first, the sound from the dark tomb was faint and shaky. It was the sound of movement, the stirrings of life that had been gone, but never completely gone. The villagers' hearts raced with disbelief, awe, and deep relief, as if the night itself had breathed out in recognition of the amazing. The mist's faint shimmer seemed to rise a little, showing more of the tomb's soft curves and the figure that was coming out of it. Lazarus, who had been quiet and still, now moved, like someone waking up from a deep sleep, slowly and carefully. The lanterns and the moonlight on his face showed the small change from darkness to new life. This change touched everyone who saw it deeply. The villagers moved closer carefully, their faces lit up with a mix of wonder and joy. Each movement was slow and careful, as if they were afraid of breaking the thin veil of the miraculous. The night stayed quiet, and the mountains were far away and patient. The soft wind seemed to bring a blessing to the scene. Everyone there could feel the heavy weight of hope and renewal, the quiet promise that life and light could come back even in the darkest times, and that despair, no matter how strong, was never the last word. The air, full of subtle energy, made it feel like this moment was not just about waking up one life, but also about stirring faith and realizing that the unseen has power that goes beyond fear or understanding. Lazarus moved forward slowly, each step careful but soft, as if he were getting used to the warmth of the world, the feel of the night air, and the soft glow of the moonlight on the village path. The villagers reached out carefully to help him and guide him. Their voices were soft and full of relief and joy, mixing with the soft rustle of the mist and the quiet whispers of the night wind. The change was real, not just in his new life, but also in the hearts of everyone who saw it. They felt a deep sense of hope, and the gentle reminder that light comes back after darkness, and that renewal is always possible, even in times of despair. The climb up the mountain was quiet, almost like a prayer, as if the earth itself was making room for what was about to happen. Gentle winds blew over the hills, bringing with them the faint smell of pine and wet earth. The cool night air mixed with the smell. People who followed Jesus took each step on purpose, but their hearts were light because they were looking forward to this night being different from all the others. The path twisted and turned between rocks and patches of soft moss, with the moon's silver light shining on it from time to time. The night shadows stretched long across the bumpy ground, stars that seemed to watch silently, patient and eternal, brushed against the clouds that drifted lazily overhead. They were witnessing a moment that went beyond what most people could understand. When we got to the top, the view went on forever. The hills and valleys were bathed in moonlight, and the mist that hung around them like a delicate veil made their shapes look softer. The night was very still, and the only sounds were the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a night bird, which echoed faintly across the mountainside. The air here was heavy, with a subtle weight, a gentle tension that wasn't caused by fear, but by anticipation. It was as if the whole landscape had stopped in quiet reverence. The stars above seemed to glow with a soft, overwhelming light that reflected the endless space beyond and hinted at mysteries and truths that were beyond human understanding. Jesus stood still in the middle of the mountaintop, his body calm and steady, but there was something about him that seemed to go beyond the ordinary. The soft night air shimmered around him, and the moonlight made soft shadows on his face. The clouds moved slowly in time with an unseen rhythm. Those who were with him watched in awe, knowing that something amazing was about to happen but not fully understanding how big it was. Their breaths came slowly, and their hearts were in sync with the quiet rhythm of the night. Each person felt both the weight and the beauty of waiting. And then, slowly, a small change started to happen. A soft, glowing aura surrounded Jesus. It was a gentle light that seemed to come from inside him and lit up the mountaintop with a warmth that was both delicate and very strong. The aura softly shimmered against the clouds that were moving, making faint, flickering patterns on the ground and on the faces of the people who were there. The mountains themselves seemed to react, with the shadows moving slowly and the mist rising in small currents, as if the night air itself knew that something was happening that was beyond normal understanding. The stars above twinkled in quiet agreement, and their distant light mixed with the soft glow around him to create a feeling of timelessness, a stillness that hung between the finite and the infinite. The change was small, but very clear. His face looked softer and more defined at the same time. His eyes showed a depth and clarity that went beyond the physical world. People who watched felt a soft stirring in their hearts, a quiet awareness that what they were seeing was not just a physical change, but a revelation of a higher consciousness, a glimpse of something eternal and bright within the human experience. The aura seemed to pulse softly with the rhythm of life itself, growing and shrinking in time with the mountain's breath, the clouds' slow movement, and the stars' soft twinkling above. The disciples who were next to him watched in awe, wonder, and quiet respect. The night seemed to wrap around them, carrying the soft hum of the earth and the faint rustle of leaves. It was as if the mountain itself was breathing in time with what was happening. The light, which was both soft and strong, not only lit up the person in front of them, but it also stirred something deep inside their hearts, a feeling of possibility, an invitation to see the world in a new way, and to feel the currents of life that are always there, but are not always visible. Their breaths matched the quiet pulsing of the aura, which created a subtle rhythm that brought them into a place of reflection, stillness, and connection. The clouds above kept moving slowly, and the soft light from the luminescence reflected off of them in beautiful patterns across the sky. The moonlight came through and mixed with the aura, making a silver glow on the mountaintop. Every rock, every patch of moss, and every blade of grass seemed to hold a piece of the amazing moment, quietly taking part in the revelation. The mist that curled softly around the stones and the disciples' feet also seemed to be full of the energy of change. It moved with a subtle awareness, reacting to the growing sense of divine light. As time went on, the mountaintop became a place that was frozen in time. The disciples felt a quiet growth inside themselves, as if their awareness had grown to touch something infinite, something that echoed far beyond the cool air, the soft rustle of leaves, and the immediate night. Their senses were heightened, not out of fear, but out of a gentle sense of wonder and a quiet understanding that life had layers of depth, meaning, and connection that were much deeper than what they could see. The soft light around Jesus not only showed off his body, but also the hidden potential in the hearts of those who were watching. They could see, feel, and wake up to the subtle currents that flow through the world and the soul. The stars twinkled softly, the clouds moved slowly and on purpose, and the mountain was bathed in a soft mix of moonlight and a soft glow. The air was cool, but it had a warmth that touched the soul. It was a quiet reminder that the truth was not far away or out of reach, but was right there, in moments of stillness, awareness, and reflection. The disciples stayed quiet, taking in the enormity of the event. Their hearts were open to the quiet insights that came from seeing the divine glow and the calm, steady presence that Jesus radiated. In that holy place, the mountain became a mirror for the observers' inner worlds, showing them what was possible and what could awaken them. Every breath, every small movement, and every flash of light seemed to pulse in time with the quiet awakening that was happening inside of them. The night was soft and wide, and it quietly invited us to see glimpses of higher consciousness, moments of deep insight, and the awareness of what lies beyond the ordinary. These things are always there, waiting for us to be still, pay attention, and be open to seeing them. The soft glow around Jesus' body was more than just a sight. It became a silent teacher, encouraging people to look inside themselves for the bright potential that lies within, the quiet clarity that comes when one is in tune with both what is seen and what is not. The first signs of dawn spread softly across the horizon, painting the village roads with thin lines of gold and pale pink, as if the sky were whispering promises of a new day. The air was cool and fresh, with the faint smell of morning dew mixing with the earthy smell of tilled soil and the soft smell of flowers in bloom. The villagers moved around quietly, as if the town's awakening was in time with the soft light spreading across the streets. Along the narrow paths, the soft rustle of leaves and the faint clip-clop of hooves echoed, making a quiet melody that fit perfectly with the stillness of the early morning. In the middle of this peaceful scene, Jesus rode a simple donkey into the village. The soft sound of its hooves on the cobblestones blended perfectly with the sounds of life waking up. It was amazing how simple the moment was. The calm dignity of his presence stood out against the whispered excitement of the people who had come. The villagers lined the roads, draping soft cloaks and palm leaves across the path. Their gestures were gentle and purposeful, as if each placement carried not only respect, but also a deep, unspoken understanding of its importance. The early light shone on the folds of cloth and the smooth surfaces of leaves, catching on edges and making a soft play of light and shadow that made it feel like this was a moment caught between the ordinary and the extraordinary. The crowd was calm, but they gave off a quiet energy, Their eyes showed both awe and devotion. They moved slowly to let him pass, whispering to each other in soft voices that made a soft hum that filled the quiet morning air. Kids peeked out from behind doors, their small hands holding palm fronds, and their big eyes showing a mix of excitement and respect. It seemed like everyone, no matter how old or important they were, was linked by an invisible thread of anticipation. They all seemed to know that this humble figure's presence brought with it a lesson that went beyond political or earthly power, a lesson in humility, faith, and quiet strength. The donkey walked steadily under him, its steps slow and steady, as if they were in sync with the moment as it unfolded. Jesus stood still and calm, and his gaze swept over the crowd, meeting the eyes of those who were watching with a calm nod. He didn't rush or show off his power or authority. Instead, he had a quiet authority and a subtle presence that really touched the hearts of those who were watching. The early sun lit up the soft lines of his face, giving it a warm glow that made it seem both approachable and very important. As the procession made its way through the village, the soft rustling of palm leaves added a soft music to the scene. The green fronds caught the light of the dawn and made patterns on the stone streets that didn't last long. The air smelled like morning flowers and warm earth, and the two scents mixed together in a natural way that seemed to echo the spiritual message that was coming through. Along with these sensory details, the villagers' whispers formed an unspoken chorus that spoke of respect, hope, and the quiet strength that comes from being humble. Each cloak on the ground and each frond that waved gently became a symbol of trust, a sign of respect that went beyond looks or grandeur. They showed that the people understood that true strength often lies in being simple and patient. Small groups of people watched the procession from the side of the main path, moving in time with it and stepping lightly so as not to disturb the peace of the moment. Their faces showed a range of emotions, from awe to quiet joy, showing that they were personally involved in what was going on. The soft morning breeze brought the faint sound of birds singing in the distance, which broke up the soft rhythm of footsteps and whispered greetings. Every little movement and sound added to the feeling of collective mindfulness, a shared awareness that this journey was more than just a physical act. It was also a spiritual passage, a reflection of values that went beyond what most people could understand. The village itself seemed to react to his passing. The early light softly lit up the stone walls, windows, and narrow courtyards, reflecting the calmness of the moment. The shadows got softer, the edges got less clear, and the whole place seemed to become soft and dreamlike, as if the landscape itself knew how important it was for the humble king to be there. The hills in the distance, which were softened by the morning mist, seemed to lean in a little, as if they were taking part in the sacred rhythm of presence, anticipation, and quiet celebration. The soft roads, the gentle crowd, and the swaying palm leaves all worked together in a delicate way to make people think and reflect. This added to the event's hidden meaning, that true power and leadership are often shown through humility, gentleness, and a quiet ability to inspire hearts. Jesus sometimes looked at a child with wide eyes of curiosity and quiet joy holding a small palm frond, or a villager who carefully moved a cloak that had been laid across the path. In every moment, there was a faint awareness that even the smallest acts of respect and attention have deep meaning. The air was filled with a subtle energy that wasn't strong or overwhelming, but was very strong, as if the simple act of walking humbly through the streets let the people feel the invisible threads of connection, compassion, and divine presence weaving silently among them. As the procession went deeper into the village, The early morning sun got stronger and cast a warm, soft light over everything. The soft play of light and shadow made the moment even more majestic, bringing out the soft texture of the cloaks, the delicate green of the palm fronds, and the calm, steady presence of Jesus on the donkey. The villagers looked calm on the outside, but inside they were feeling something. They knew that humility and compassion can often reach deeper than grandeur, and that the measure of influence is not in showiness, but in being present sincerely and being able to walk alongside others with quiet strength. Even though the path led to the central square, where the village would continue to wake up, the scene stayed close. A soft mix of human presence and divine resonance. The crowd's slow movement, the soft whispers of greetings, the faint rustle of palm leaves in the morning breeze, and the soft glow of dawn all came together to create a beautiful experience. The villagers' hearts knew that what they saw was more than just a procession. It was a lesson in how true authority is shown not by being in charge, but by being humble, accessible, and welcoming to those around you. The upper room was quiet, and the soft glow of candlelight flickered against the walls, giving everything a warm, golden color. Shadows moved softly over the wooden beams and simple furniture, making the room feel cozy and intimate, as if it were stuck between the ordinary and the deep. The air was filled with the faint smell of freshly baked bread and herbs, mixed with the soft warmth of the lamps and the lingering smell of wine. This created a sensory tapestry that invited stillness, reflection, and the quiet gathering of hearts. The soft draping of the cloth, the gentle curves of the pottery, and the quiet hum of the night outside all seemed to be part of the moment, making the meal that was about to happen even more special. Jesus was sitting at the table with his disciples. He was calm but in charge, and there was a subtle weight to his posture and gaze. The soft candlelight brought out the quiet depth in his eyes, the faint warmth of his expression, and the calmness that seemed to come from him without effort. The disciples around him were paying attention, and their faces showed a mix of curiosity, respect, and a soft sense of connection. The air between them didn't feel urgent. It felt like they were both aware of their shared purpose and the invisible threads that held them together through trust, love, and the quiet anticipation of lessons yet to come. As the bread was broken and passed from hand to hand, the smell of baked wheat mixed with the warmth of the evening, making a rhythm that matched the flow of conversation and the unspoken connection between the people who were there. Every movement was planned, and every look exchanged had layers of meaning, both subtle and deep. Breaking bread together was more than just a ritual. It showed how everyone was connected. It was a quiet gesture that spoke of sharing, being open, and being willing to join in a group journey toward understanding, compassion, and love. The wine, which was carefully poured into plain cups, caught the light from the candles and made tiny reflections on the table and walls. It was a beautiful mix of color and warmth. The liquid shimmered softly, catching everyone's attention for a moment of meditation. It was as if the reflection itself was a reminder of the deeper meaning that was woven into the evening. The conversations were soft and full of soft smiles, small gestures, and the occasional quiet laugh. They made a rhythm of connection that flowed easily between words and silence. In this space, every little thing, the way a cup was tilted, the way bread was passed, the way people recognized each other with soft murmurs, became a language of love, showing the spiritual connection that Jesus wanted people to have with each other. Outside the upper room, the night was calm. The stars twinkled faintly through windows that were slightly open, and their pale light mixed with the soft candle glow to make a peaceful atmosphere that filled the room with quiet calm. The soft, unassuming whisper of the sleeping city came in on the breeze. It gave the impression that life was going on quietly outside of the small group gathered around the table. This subtle external rhythm mirrored the internal harmony of the disciples' shared presence, showing the deeper meaning of the evening. That connection, compassion, and love are built not through grand gestures, but through the simple act of being present, paying attention, and having a purpose. Jesus' words flowed softly through the room, like the quiet ripple of water across a still pond, but they had a deep meaning. Every phrase made the disciples think, and every pause gave them time to take in the subtle lessons that were hidden within. There was no rush or need for a show. Instead, the conversation had a calm, steady rhythm that stressed the importance of being present, paying attention, and recognizing each other's humanity. His teachings were full of metaphors and gestures that hinted at deeper truths. They gently led the disciples to an understanding that went beyond the present moment, encouraging them to feel the invisible ties of love, trust, and unity that held their journey together. The soft glow of the candlelight caught the small changes in the disciples' eyes, like the flicker of realization, the warmth of empathy, and the quiet thoughtfulness of the teachings they had received. Some people leaned forward with their elbows resting lightly on the table and their hands holding cups, while others leaned back a little, taking in the atmosphere and letting the stillness of the room and the rhythm of the conversation sink deep into their minds. The warm, flickering light lit up each face, and every expression showed a hint of understanding, confusion, reverence, or quiet joy. The way the light and shadows played off each other seemed to reflect the small changes in understanding and perception that were happening in the hearts of the people who were there. It showed how learning and love grow slowly and gently over time. The gestures were soft and measured during the meal, and they were aware of the sacred rhythm. People passed bread carefully, offered wine gently, and brushed hands lightly while serving or receiving. Each touch had a meaning that wasn't spoken. Across the table, their eyes met and stayed there for a moment, sharing a silent understanding, a subtle encouragement, or a sense of security. The room seemed to breathe with them, taking in the quiet warmth of the evening and letting out gentle waves of thought. It created an atmosphere that felt almost timeless, where moments stretched out softly, inviting thought and a deeper awareness of spiritual presence. The light softly danced across the wooden table, bringing out the grains in the wood, the small flaws in the cups and bowls, and the soft folds in the disciples' robes. These details showed the beauty of simplicity, which made the hidden message that connection and love grow, not through grand gestures, but through honesty, attention, and the willingness to be fully present with others. The soft clink of utensils, or the quiet rustle of robes moving, were important sounds that added to the rhythm that held the gathering together in quiet unity. As people talked softly, passed bread and wine, and paid close attention to each other, a deep sense of shared purpose grew. Every look, every gesture, and every moment of quiet thought added to the last, creating a tapestry of connection that brought the hearts of everyone at the table together. The night outside kept going on as it always does, with stars faintly twinkling in agreement. The soft breeze came and went, mixing with the candlelight to make the delicate harmony inside even stronger. The sound, light, movement, and stillness of the scene all worked together to show the deeper meaning behind the simple act of sharing a meal. That love, spiritual connection, and a shared purpose grow in the quiet, mindful attention we give to each other and the world around us. The olive grove was very quiet at night, and the calm felt almost sacred. But there was a tension underneath the quiet that was as delicate as the sound of leaves rustling in a light breeze. The moonlight softly filtered through the twisted branches, making long, uneven shadows on the ground that changed and flickered with every small movement. The faint smell of olives and earth mixed with the coolness of the night, making the air thick with anticipation. Even the smallest sounds, like the rustling of leaves or the quiet step of a foot, seemed louder than they really were. It was a night that was about to happen, and the air in the grove was full of the silent pull of human choice and the hidden complexities of the heart. Jesus walked through the grove with quiet grace. His presence was calm but deep, and each step was careful but gentle, in time with the world's quiet breathing. The soft glow of the moonlight brought out the shapes of his face, making him look calm and almost glowing. But underneath that calmness was a quiet depth of understanding, a quiet awareness of the trials and shadows that lay ahead. The disciples followed at a safe distance and whispered to each other in low voices. The thick night air almost swallowed their words, but they were still uneasy, as if they could sense how serious things were about to get. In this delicate dance of movement, sound, and shadow, every detail seemed to have a meaning, hinting at how complicated human intention is and how loyalty, doubt, and weakness are woven between friends without anyone seeing them. Judas stood at the edge of the grove, a quiet figure in the half-light, his thoughts clouded by doubt, regret, and the faint pull of opportunity. His eyes moved quickly, and the smallest flicker showed the storm inside him, a conflict between trust and betrayal, between the closeness of friendship and the temptation of a choice that could break it all. He felt like the rustling of leaves under his feet was louder than it was for anyone else. Each step echoed in his mind. His body was restless, and he was silently fighting the urges that had been building up for weeks. Now they had reached this important, almost unavoidable moment. The soft sigh of night creatures and the whisper of wind through branches all seemed to remind him of what would happen if he made the wrong choice. But he couldn't escape the pull of his own doubts and desires. The olive trees surrounded him in silence, their gnarled branches holding the soft, silvery light and casting long, faint shapes on the ground. The way the light and shadows played off each other, the quiet sounds of nighttime life, and the steady beat of his own breath, all made the scene feel almost like a dream. It was a place to think about the weight of his decision in the night. The distant hum of the sleeping village seemed to come through the grove, connecting the stillness of the trees with the human drama happening below them. Every sound and every movement seemed to be more important, like a reflection of the inner turmoil Judas was carrying around with him. The leaves on the broad olive branch whispered in the night breeze, as if they were sharing a secret that only the night knew. He slowly lowered himself to the ground, kneeling as if the weight of the moment was too much for the earth to handle. The moonlight touched the soft folds of his robes, making a quiet halo that seemed to pulse with unspoken love and understanding. Even though betrayal was coming in the form of a familiar friend, he didn't show any anger. Instead, he was calm and aware that human weaknesses, no matter how sharp or painful, were just a part of the complex tapestry of life and learning. People around him were scared and unsure, but his presence made them think. The sound of footsteps coming closer echoed softly through the grove, breaking the fragile silence with a steady, inevitable sound. The figures moved with careful accuracy, and their shadows grew and shrank as they moved forward. Judas stepped out of the half-light, his face showing both determination and doubt. The tension in his shoulders and the slight tightening around his eyes showed the internal struggle he was going through. The air was still, as if it were holding its breath. It was as if the night itself stopped to acknowledge the fight going on under the olive trees. Every move Judas made had consequences, not just in a physical way, but also in the subtle, almost invisible energy of choice and moral weight. As he got closer, he saw the soft glow of lanterns in the distance, carried by a small group of people who were moving quietly, but with purpose. Their presence lit up the grove's complex shadows. The difference between light and dark seemed to mirror the hidden themes of the moment: loyalty and betrayal, compassion and self-interest, awareness and the blindness of desire. The way each person moved was careful, almost reverent, as if the night itself set the pace of the action, making sure that the weight of the decision was felt, experienced, and fully absorbed in the stillness of the moment. The air seemed to vibrate softly with the unspoken conversation between intention and consequence, where every heartbeat and every small gesture added to the story. People watched Judas quietly, and the dim light caught the glimmer in his eyes, showing the subtle mix of regret and determination. Jesus stayed still, his gaze soft but steady, and he radiated a calmness that seemed to take away the tension around him. The olive leaves moved slowly above, and their shadows moved across the ground like silent witnesses to the deep human struggle going on below. Every movement, every breath of night air, and every soft sound of rustling leaves seemed to be louder, as if they were all a sign of the inner turmoil that often comes with making choices that test morality, loyalty, and personal integrity. As the figures got closer, the grove seemed to get smaller, focusing the quiet intensity of the night into a single, sharp point. The mist that hung low among the trees caught the moonlight and made ethereal halos around branches and rocks. It softened the harsh edges of reality and made it feel like time had stopped, where reflection, hesitation, and awareness all came together. In this fragile balance of light, shadow, and quiet movement, the hidden meaning of the night became clear. Human weakness is always there. Choices have deep effects, and yet the chance for forgiveness, understanding, and self-reflection is always there, quietly waiting in the spaces between action and awareness, choice and awareness. The courtyard and room where Jesus stood were dark and cold, with only the flickering light of torches giving off a shaky golden glow that lit up the stone walls. The air smelled strongly of smoke and the faint, lingering smell of wet earth, which mixed with the subtle tension that felt like a quiet, uninvited guest. Every sound, the shuffle of sandals on stone, the faint murmur of voices, the occasional cough or whisper, echoed in the room with a heightened clarity, as if the walls were listening and taking in every detail of the trial as it happened. The room was simple but austere, and it felt like there was a lot of pressure from expectations, judgment, and a deep sense of history pushing quietly against the present. Jesus stood in the middle, his posture calm but firm. Even though people were whispering accusations around him, he radiated a soft peace. His eyes, which were steady and thoughtful and reflected the soft light of the torch, watched every movement and expression without judging, but with deep awareness. The faces of the people watching, which were lit up by the flickering torches, showed a range of emotions, including suspicion, fear, curiosity, and a hint of recognition, as if some of them sensed a truth they couldn't fully explain. The council's whispered conversations, low questioning, and careful deliberations all seemed to revolve around Jesus, drawing closer to him like the pull of a quiet, unseen force. The silence was broken by the soft sound of footsteps on the stone floor. Each step was careful and measured, but it was also heavy with doubt. The council members leaned in, their eyes reflecting the torchlight and their own thoughts. Some of them spoke softly to each other, their words barely audible over the low hum of tension. In the stillness, every gesture, glance, and small movement seemed to be magnified, echoing the weight of human expectation, the need for justification, and the fragile nature of judgment. Even the soft rustle of robes or the soft clink of metal on stone seemed to mean something, which made the space feel even more sensitive. Jesus was very calm, which was very different from the people who were there, who were whispering accusations and had a lot of energy. His presence, calm and grounded, gave off a subtle warmth and a feeling of inner strength that was almost tangible in the flickering torchlight. The tension between the human need for power, control, and assertion and the calm patience he showed created an invisible conversation, a delicate balance between fear and faith, doubt and trust, and agitation and acceptance. Every move he made, small, planned, and full of meaning, showed that he was strong, patient, and deeply aware of the spiritual side of the physical world. The dim torches flickered as soft breezes blew through the room, making patterns that changed on the walls and floor. The shadows stretched and blended together, making a landscape that looked like it was breathing and changing, just like the people who were there. Some members of the council whispered softly, their words hard to make out, but full of the weight of expectation and the quiet worry of being judged. Some people stayed still and watched quietly. Their faces showed a range of emotions, which were briefly lit up by the torchlight and then hidden again by the dark. The way light and dark interacted seemed to reflect the dualities of human nature, judgment and mercy, certainty and doubt, accusation and truth. All of these things were happening in the same small space, and each moment had meaning that went far beyond the present. When Jesus spoke, he was calm and measured. Each word was soft but powerful, carrying the weight of intention without needing to be loud or forceful. His voice, which was soft but steady, seemed to fill the room not by projecting but by being there, touching the minds of those who listened and showing a deeper truth beyond the immediacy of accusation. His speech had a rhythm, a cadence that made people think and let silence break up their thoughts, making room for understanding, no matter how short or incomplete it might have been for those who were there. Every pause and soft inflection made the point that it wasn't about being defensive, but about being aware. This showed the strength of patience, reflection, and inner strength in the face of outside pressure. Outside the small group, the night pressed softly against the stone walls, and thin beams of moonlight came through small openings, casting silver threads of calm across the room. The city outside was still and quiet, but inside there was a lot of noise and activity. This showed how delicate the balance is between the outside world and the inside world of human emotion. The soft sounds of life in the distance, a gentle breeze, a tree moving quietly, the faint call of a night bird mixed with the torchlight and the quiet conversation to create a tapestry of sensory detail that made the scene feel real while also making it feel like a reflection, almost a meditation. The council members moved closer, and the flickering light changed their faces, showing hints of doubt, curiosity, and the faint tension of moral conflict. The whispers, which had been loud, grew quieter as they took in Jesus' calm demeanor, which was a sharp contrast to the accusations that were flying around. The narrowing of an eye, the shifting of weight, and the quiet adjustment of a robe all added to a deeper understanding of how people react when they are under stress. Even though the room was small and dark, it seemed to grow in importance. Each shadow, reflection, and small sound served as a mirror to the human condition and the strength that can be found in tough times. In between questions, Jesus let the silence speak for itself, letting the stillness of the room become part of the story. The soft crackle of torches, the occasional creak of wooden beams, and the soft scuff of feet on stone all became part of a rhythm that echoed the strength of his presence. Even the smallest things he did, like tilting his head slightly, softening the curve of his lips, or letting his hands rest calmly on the table or at his side, showed that he was aware of what was going on and was at peace with it. People who saw it, even for a short time, could feel the quiet presence of composure, patience, and faith, which was more powerful than any argument or defense. Outside, the night grew darker, but the room stayed bright and reflective. The flickering torches and moving shadows made an almost hypnotic pattern that drew the attention both in and out. Those who were there, caught between judging and observing, acting and hesitating, were in the middle of a quiet drama where every heartbeat, every breath, and every small movement mattered. The subtle back and forth between accusation and response, between human weakness and spiritual strength, brought out the hidden meaning of the moment. That true strength is not always shown in being in charge or making a loud statement, but in being patient, having faith, and having the courage to stay grounded, even when things are uncertain and unfair. The hilltop rose quietly above the rest of the landscape. It was a gentle slope bathed in the soft colors of dusk, with soft clouds lazily drifting across the sky, catching the fading light and scattering it like whispers of gold and rose across the horizon. A gentle breeze blew over the hill, rustling the few plants that were there, and bringing with it the faint smell of earth and dust. This smell mixed with the distant smell of olive groves from the valley below. The air was thick with stillness, a quiet break in the world's rhythm. The drama at the top seemed to be on hold, and every breath and step felt more important. Jesus walked slowly up the path, and the wooden beam across his shoulders pushed down on his body, and on the heart and soul that no one could see. He walked slowly and carefully, but each step seemed to have a quiet strength that defied the strain on his body. The soft halo of the setting sun around him kissed his body, bringing out the curves of a shape that was both fragile and very strong. The people who had come together along the path and near the top were quiet and murmured, their voices mixed with the sound of the wind and the soft creak of sandals on stone. It looked like every eye was following the path, some with sadness, some with curiosity, and a few with a distant sense of the deeper meaning of the struggle that was happening in front of them. The hilltop itself seemed to react to the tension. Its gentle slope was now a stage for the end of a journey that was both physical and spiritual. The soft light of the setting sun hit the rocks and thin patches of grass, making long, thin shadows that stretched across the land like silent markers of the human condition. Fragile, temporary, but part of a larger, timeless continuum. The sky above was painted in soft shades of orange, pink, and violet, which the people watching reflected in their eyes. This made the scene feel both heavy and peaceful, charged and calming. reminding everyone of the fragile balance between suffering and transcendence, between the temporary and the eternal. As they walked with Jesus, the people around him moved quietly and respectfully. The evening light briefly lit up their faces, showing a range of emotions, including sadness, awe, confusion, and deep understanding. Everyone seemed to be moving in a rhythm that wasn't fast but slow, and their steps matched the slow heartbeat of the scene as it unfolded. Jesus' presence brought a deep calm to the crowd, which was different from the murmurs of the crowd, the soft rustle of robes, and the occasional whisper of a bystander. The wind picked up tiny bits of dust and sand and let them float around the scene. This made the harsh edges less sharp and gave the scene a dreamy quality that contrasted with the heavy reality of the moment. As the summit got closer, people began to quietly get ready for what was to come. The wooden cross, which was already in place and waiting for its turn, was both a real and a symbolic structure. The soft glow of twilight made its shape stand out, but the light also softened it. The wind gently moved the branches of nearby trees and the grass in the distance, creating a rhythm that seemed to echo the quiet tension in the assembly, the feeling of both suffering and revelation. Every movement, every sigh, and every small step taken by those present had meaning. This was a sign of how serious choice, sacrifice, and the quiet light that comes from giving up something can be. As Jesus was gently placed on the wooden frame, the rough-hewn fibers and wood pressed against his body. The fading light and long shadows made each detail stand out. The sky above got darker and more colorful, and the clouds seemed to curl around the peak, soft and slow-moving, as if the heavens themselves were aware of how important the act was. The people who were on the summit and below watched in silence. The moment was full of deep thought, empathy, and the quiet realization that there was a lesson to be learned that was much bigger than the event itself. The soft breeze brought with it a whisper of stillness, a quiet rhythm that wrapped around the people watching like a gentle shroud. It made them think about the depth of human experience, how fragile life is, and how powerful acts of ultimate love and surrender can be. The nails, which stood for both human cruelty and the way to transcendence, were driven in with quiet precision. Each sound echoed softly through the space, carried by the open air like echoes of eternity. The wind blew softly, lifting the edges of robes and brushing against the faces of witnesses. It carried quiet reminders of how everything is temporary, how we are all connected, and how we are all humble. The fading light made a soft halo around Jesus' figure, showing the shape of a person who was both burdened and illuminated by the depth of intention behind each gesture, breath, and moment of conscious endurance. The sky got even darker, but the hilltops stayed soft. The light from the clouds and the ground made the scene look surreal and dreamlike. Shadows stretched out long and thin, blending into the landscape around them. They made a living tapestry of light and dark that seemed to breathe with the beat of the heart. The quiet rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of a distant voice, and the subtle sway of a branch in the gentle wind all added to the immersive tapestry of reflection, patience, and awareness. They invited everyone present to think about the deeper meaning of suffering beyond its immediate impact. Even though the crucifixion was happening, there was a deep sense of peace, a calm that went beyond the act itself. The wind slowly moved across the top of the mountain, taking away the faint echoes of cries and whispers and replacing them with a gentle hum of reflection, a meditative rhythm that helped the mind settle, witness, and understand. The soft halo around Jesus, the dim light of the evening, and the slow dance of shadows made it possible to feel the hidden lesson: ego dissolution, transcendence through surrender, and the subtle power of love in the face of suffering rather than talk about it, argue about it, or question it. People who were close by or far away were drawn into this slow, thoughtful rhythm. The way the light and shadow played off each other, and the calm strength of the central figure held their attention. The wind whispered through the grass and branches, carrying tiny, almost unnoticeable sounds of nature that mixed perfectly with the quiet breaths, slow movements, and soft murmurs of the group. The clouds drifting above, the faint halo of light, the gentle sway of trees, and the soft crunch of earth beneath feet all worked together to create a suspended, meditative space where the external act of sacrifice mirrored the internal journey of reflection, surrender, and subtle transformation. The first light of dawn slowly crept over the horizon, painting the sky in soft washes of rose, gold, and lavender. A quiet promise of renewal whispered across the sleeping landscape. The mist hung lightly over the rolling hills, outlining the earth's shape with delicate silver threads that sparkled in the early morning light. The air was cool and still, and you could smell the dew-soaked grass and feel the sun rising. The air was full of hope, as if the world itself were holding its breath, waiting for a quiet miracle that would have effects far beyond the physical world. The tomb was at the top of a gentle slope, and the entrance was open. It was a place that had once been dark and final, but now it was full of soft light. The stones, which used to be heavy and hard to move, were now soft and set aside by the golden light of dawn. The emptiness of the space was deep. It wasn't a void of despair, but a presence of possibility, a faint echo of life that went beyond the limits of death. The air around the tomb was still, but it had a subtle vibrancy, a soft pulse that hinted at renewal, awakening, and the quiet but strong presence of something eternal. Mary Magdalene walked slowly, with care and almost reverence, as if the earth itself were leading her. The soft sound of her robe brushing against the grass covered in dew was barely audible, blending in with the sound of the wind blowing through nearby olive trees. Her heart was heavy with grief, a familiar ache that had been with her through the dark of night and the loss of someone she loved. But in the soft, breaking light, there was also a hint of something unseen, a feeling that the stillness wasn't the end but a change. Her eyes, soft but searching, fell on the stone and the quiet emptiness beyond it. A tremor of realization ran through her spirit, a whisper that life, in its deepest sense, could never be contained or extinguished. The morning mist swirled around her feet in soft, changing patterns that showed the colors of dawn. Each droplet looked like it was glowing with a quiet light, as if it were carrying messages from places we can't see, tiny mirrors of the amazing things that are hidden in the everyday. Birds were moving around in the olive groves, singing a soft, intermittent song that went well with the pulse of anticipation in the valley below. The faint rustle of leaves, the distant call of a morning bird, and the soft crunch of grass beneath careful steps all became part of a meditative rhythm, a soundtrack to the peaceful awakening that was happening. Inside the tomb, there was no body, but there was a presence that was much bigger than the body. It was a gentle reminder of life that was renewed, even though it couldn't be seen. The air felt lighter, as if the atmosphere had been cleaned, bringing with it a feeling of freedom and release from the burden of sadness and the limits of what people expect. The soft golden rays of the sun streamed through the door, lighting up the rough stone surfaces and the subtle textures of the room. They gave off a warm glow that spoke of awakening, hope, and the fact that life goes on even after it seems to end. Mary's heart raced with a quiet mix of amazement, recognition, and disbelief. The wind, the light, and the soft stirring of nature waking up to the day all seemed to be in time with her breathing. The tomb, which used to be a place of sadness and quiet, now vibrated with the soft energy of change. In that stillness, she felt the deep meaning of resurrection, not just as something that happened to her body, but as something that happened inside her, a spiritual awakening that made her think, hope, and start over in her own heart. The disciples' figures, which came quietly from the village below, were also lit by the same soft dawn light. Their faces were hesitant, full of sadness and doubt, but the calm of the morning and the beauty of the scene seemed to wash over them, easing the tension of grief with a quiet clarity. Every little movement, the careful step over grass wet with dew, the soft exchange of glances, and the faint brush of hands against cloaks held the weight of anticipation and the quiet acknowledgement of a mystery that was too deep for words. The soft wind lifted hair, robes, and the edges of cloaks in a delicate, almost choreographed dance, as if nature itself were joining in the quiet celebration of new life. The way the light and shadow played on the disciples' faces was like the journey from hopelessness to understanding. Every flicker of expression and every moment of reflection captured the deep process of awakening, the slow realization of a truth that goes beyond what people can understand. The sun's golden rays slowly spread across the landscape, and it felt like they were touching each face with gentle warmth. They brought out the subtle contours of emotion, turning grief into a sense of wonder. As the disciples saw the physical world and the spiritual world interact, they began to understand how big the lesson was that was happening. It was a quiet lesson that life, in its deepest sense, is never limited by death, and that hope is a river flowing beneath the surface of even the darkest night. Soft clouds moved across the sky, brushing against the light and making a dynamic canvas that showed how the heart was moving inside. The wind changed, and pieces of leaves and petals began to move slowly and gently, as if they were floating. The faint rustle of an olive branch, the shimmer of dew on grass, and the distant echo of birdsong all added to a scene that was full of quiet wonder and thought. The environment seemed to breathe in time with the growing awareness in the hearts of those there. It was a gentle reminder that resurrection, in all its forms, is both visible and invisible, tangible and felt, a gift that moves in a way that is almost imperceptible until the heart recognizes it. Mary reached out and touched the stone next to the empty tomb as if to ground herself in the moment. But her touch did more than just make her body feel real. It opened up her mind and made her aware that life and spirit go beyond what is seen. The disciples felt a gentle stirring in their own hearts as they watched her. They realized that the most profound changes often happen in quiet, unassuming ways, when they are still, reflective, and fully present. The soft, gradual rise of the sun was like this awakening, with each ray gently pushing me toward awareness, renewal, and the acceptance of a truth that goes beyond sadness, fear, and limitation. As the sun rose, the mist slowly disappeared, bringing with it a sense of gentle cleansing that washed over the landscape, the people watching, and even the memory of grief that had followed them to the hill. The tomb, which was empty but full of meaning, became a silent teacher, giving its lesson to anyone who was willing to stop, breathe, and think. Every sound, movement, and flash of light added to the feeling that something deep had happened, not just in the world, but also in the spirit of each person who saw it. It was a gentle but undeniable awakening to the subtle, transformative power of hope, renewal, and spiritual rebirth. The pale light of the moon spilled softly over the winding road that went through gentle hills and scattered olive trees. The moon was low in the night sky. The path shone softly where small puddles had formed after the rain, reflecting the moon's soft silver and the stars' faint light. A gentle breeze blew through the trees, bringing with it the faint smell of wet earth and the sweet smell of wildflowers hidden in the grass. In this peaceful stillness, two people walked next to each other. Their footsteps were soft against the smooth stones, and each step echoed with the rhythm of thought, sadness, and quiet curiosity. Their conversation was quiet, but it was heavy with what had happened recently. There were a lot of unspoken questions, memories of loss, and the shock of what they had seen in Jerusalem hanging in the air between them. The moon's shadows stretched out across the road, blending with the dark folds of the travelers' cloaks. This created a subtle play of light and shadow that reflected the tension in their hearts. At first, they spoke carefully, their words hesitant and almost reverent, as if speaking too loudly might upset the delicate balance of belief and disbelief that hung around them. The road curved gently, and low hills on either side caught the moonlight in soft shades of silver and gray. Every now and then, a bird would move around in the branches above, making a quiet sound that echoed the travelers' thoughts as they changed. The hills and valleys seemed to be in tune with their journey, creating a rhythm that echoed the ebb and flow of memory, grief, and faint hope. Their eyes followed the faint outlines of the path ahead, but they were aware that the real guidance was not in what they could see, but in what they had yet to understand. One traveler talked about what had happened in the last few days as they walked: the crucifixion, the empty tomb, and the strange rumors going around the city. His voice was soft but urgent, and it shook a little as he tried to balance his grief with the whispers of hope. The other person listened and nodded every now and then, but their mind seemed to be elsewhere, pulled inward by the pull of reflection and a quiet suspicion that there might be more to the story than what was immediately clear. Their steps slowed down when they stopped, and the soft crunch of gravel underfoot matched the stillness of the night, making a meditative rhythm that seemed to carry the weight of time itself. The mist that had begun to settle over the low valleys lightly clung to the road, wrapping around their ankles and reflecting the moonlight in changing patterns. Every swirl of mist felt almost alive, like a temporary friend walking next to them. This made them realize that amazing things often come quietly, in ways that the heart must learn to recognize. The shadows of nearby trees stretched across the path, blending with the travelers' own shapes. This created a soft play of light and dark that mirrored the gradual dawning of understanding in their hearts. A soft voice, soft but definitely there, joined their conversation. At first, they didn't notice it, because it seemed to come from the road itself and fit in perfectly with the sound of their footsteps and the soft rustling of leaves. The words weren't demanding or forceful. They had a calm authority that made people want to pay attention instead of making them do so. The travelers turned a little and looked at each other with a mix of surprise and tentative recognition. They felt a presence that was both familiar and slightly different. Their steps slowed even more, and the road became quiet, as if the night itself were leaning in to listen. The voice began to explain the things they had been having trouble understanding, not with big statements, but with soft questions, gentle reminders, and quiet thoughts on the old teachings that had been spoken for a long time but were often ignored. Each word seemed to have more than one meaning, bringing back memories, insights, and feelings that had been buried deep down. The travelers listened, and their minds slowly opened. Each step along the road became both a physical and spiritual journey, a gentle passage from confusion to understanding and clarity. The small puddles along the path reflected the moonlight in soft patterns that made the stones beneath their feet seem to move. The travelers' eyes would occasionally glance at these reflections, where they could see how the light and shadow interacted, how the clouds moved in the water, and how the landscape they knew so well now looked slightly different because of the quiet presence that was with them. It was as if the ordinary night had taken on a new meaning, a reminder that the divine often shows up not in grand displays, but in the quiet growth of awareness along familiar paths. One traveler felt a warmth rising within as the conversation went on. It was a new kind of clarity that seemed to settle over the heaviness of grief. Memories of past meetings, small acts of kindness, and the deep words Jesus spoke in the days before had come back, now with new meaning and more depth. The road seemed to stretch not just outward into the physical distance, but also inward into the heart's corridors, leading them to insights that had been hidden by sadness and disbelief. As dawn approached, the shadows of the trees and hills grew softer. The first hints of golden light brushed the edges of the clouds and the road below their feet. The faint glimmer of dew, the soft brush of wind across the travelers' faces, and the quiet cadence of footsteps, all had a new meaning now that they knew something special was going on. Recognition started to grow, soft but clear, like a quiet awakening that lit up both the travelers' outside world and their inside world. As if the path itself had asked them to stop and think, their pace slowed to a slow walk, almost a pause. The soft rustling of leaves, the distant chirping of waking birds, and the gentle flow of a stream nearby all went along with the growing understanding that truth often comes quietly, slowly, and without a lot of noise. The extraordinary had been with them the whole time, in every detail of the familiar road, in the rhythm of their conversation, and in the quiet attentiveness of their hearts. The travelers had started to figure out who the person who had joined them was by the time the first full light of morning hit the hills. The understanding came slowly, like a soft flower blooming instead of a sudden revelation. It came naturally from the rhythm of the journey. Every little thing they did, every word they chose carefully, and every look they gave along the way helped them wake up. It showed them the hidden presence that had been quietly guiding them all along, and drove home the important lesson that truth and insight often come to light in silence, subtlety, and patience. The first light of dawn slowly spread across the horizon, painting the top of the mountain with soft shades of gold, lavender, and pale rose. A gentle breeze blew over the rocks, bringing with it the faint smell of pine, cool earth, and the smell of morning flowers that had opened up in the night. The mountaintop was peaceful, and it seemed like time stopped there. It was as if the world below had stopped to pay its respects. The clouds moved slowly, catching the first light of the day and spreading it across the sky in patterns of soft glow. Their movement was almost imperceptible, but it was very much alive, like the heavens breathing slowly and rhythmically. In the middle of all this stillness, a figure stood with calm certainty, their outline visible against the light that was starting to come up. The disciples were standing on the edges of the rocks, their eyes wide with a mix of awe, wonder, and confusion. The walks along dusty roads, the quiet moments of revelation, the conversations in dimly lit rooms, and the heart-heavy days of grief and fear that they had shared all came to an end here, on this high ridge, where the earth and sky met in peace. Every step that had brought them to this place now felt important, as if they were on a journey that was both physical and spiritual, both seen and deeply felt. The air at the top of the mountain had a faint vibration that was hard to describe but impossible to ignore. It rose slowly, mixing with the soft morning breeze and brushing the disciples' faces with a warmth that was neither hot nor intrusive, but rather enveloping in its quiet presence. Every breath seemed to bring not only oxygen, but also a sense of peace and clarity, as if a weight was being lifted from the heart. The faint shimmer of light on the rocks looked almost like a mirror, as if the stone itself took in the moment's subtle energy, amplified it, and sent a quiet brilliance into the hearts and faces of those who had come to see it. As the figure raised his hands a little, the soft glow around him got a little brighter, a soft light that didn't hurt the eyes but made people think. The disciples' hearts were moved because they knew this was a time of completion and transcendence, one that went beyond what they could see and understand spiritually. The clouds moved slowly above, making soft patterns of light and shadow that slowly moved across the horizon. Every movement seemed to have a purpose, but it wasn't rushed. This made it feel like time itself was bending softly to the rhythm of a divine unfolding. The figure spoke in a calm, deep voice that didn't sound urgent or forceful. It was just a gentle invitation to pay attention. Every word seemed to ripple through the cool morning air, gently encouraging people and reminding them of lessons they had learned long ago, but were still quietly understanding. The disciples listened with rapt attention, their minds and hearts slowly opening as they took in the deep message of faith, continuity, and the presence of guidance that went beyond what they could see. The sound of breathing, the rustling of robes, and the soft shuffle of feet on the rocky ground all blended perfectly with the ethereal quality of the moment, making a tapestry of movement, sound, and light that was almost meditative in its beauty. The birds in the trees nearby started to move, and their soft morning songs mixed with the dawn symphony. Every note seemed to add to the scene as it unfolded, blending with the disciples' thoughts and feelings. The soft light made the dew on small patches of grass and rock look like it was shimmering, as if every little surface held a piece of the bigger hidden pattern of life. As the sun rose higher, shadows moved slowly across the mountaintop, getting longer and shorter. The scene was painted with warm and soft colors that seemed to reflect the small changes happening in the hearts of the people watching. The disciples felt a strong sense of elevation, not just because they were standing on a high ridge, but also because of the layers of consciousness that were stirred by the presence in front of them. Every moment seemed to last longer so that I could think about and take in the deep unfolding. Memories of past trips, the small acts of kindness, the laughter they shared, the deep silences, the times they taught and learned, came back to them slowly. Every memory now had a new meaning, a depth that only came out when it was set against the quiet beauty of this mountaintop morning, when the skies were just starting to wake up. The figure was surrounded by a soft light that wasn't too bright or harsh. It touched the rocks, the clouds, and the disciples with a glow that was almost too small to see. It was like the top of the mountain had become a bridge between the real world and the spiritual world that we can't see. The disciples' eyes shone with the soft light, their breaths slowed, and their hearts grew with a quiet awe that was both calming and thought-provoking. The soft wind, the slow movement of the clouds, and the light that was slowly spreading across the landscape all felt like they were in time with each heartbeat. The air felt full of hope that went beyond fear or doubt. The figure's soft movements suggested completion, fulfillment, and a smooth return to a higher level of awareness. The disciples began to understand that this moment was not just a goodbye in the physical sense, but also an opening, an invitation to carry on the love, teachings, and awareness they had built up over many days and nights spent together. The rocks covered in moss and the valleys far below all looked like they were in harmony and balance, as if the earth itself were gently echoing the spiritual ascent that was happening above it. The figure was lit up by the soft pastel sky, which slowly changed from the quiet blues of early night to the soft golds and pinks of morning. The soft light brought out the folds of the robe, the peaceful look on the face, and the soft movements of the hands and arms, making the scene feel calm and respectful. The disciples stayed still, taking in the quiet power of the moment. Their minds were calm but alert, and their hearts were open to the gentle lessons that were hidden in every movement, every reflection of light, and every ripple of air across the mountaintop. The slow movement of the clouds, the soft shine of the dew, and the whisper of the wind through the olive trees all came together to make a perfect atmosphere of peaceful contemplation. The ascension was not sudden or grand. It was a slow, flowing movement that was almost unnoticeable and suggested a return to the source, a smooth blending of earthly mission and higher consciousness. It was a very still moment, but also very alive, inviting the people watching to carry the essence of the journey in their own hearts and lives. It showed them that spiritual transcendence often happens in quiet, almost invisible ways, unfolding naturally, as softly as dawn itself. The night air was calm over the city, as if the world had stopped to feel the quiet excitement of the people in the upper room. The small oil lamps' flickering light softened the shadows of the stone walls. The warm, golden light slowly danced across faces that were curious, hopeful, and still unsure. There was a hush in the room, soft and expectant, as the soft murmur of whispered prayers mixed with the sound of feet shifting on worn floorboards. The city slept outside, under the soft, dark sky. Above, faint clouds sparkled with the first signs of dawn, their edges lit up by a light that was both subtle and very alive. In the room, the followers of the one who had gone up just a few days before sat together in a quiet circle, their eyes downcast and their hearts beating in a way that was almost imperceptible, but showed both longing and unease. Their minds kept going over the things that had happened in the last few days. The trips through busy streets, the whispers of doubt and rumor, the haunting emptiness of the tomb, and the soft but undeniable presence of the one who had walked among them in ways that were both strange and close. There was a mix of sadness, respect, and new hope in each memory, which made for a tender, fragile, and deep tension. A soft stirring filled the air as the first soft rays of light broke through the clouds outside and spilled into the room through narrow windows. It didn't make a loud noise or announce itself right away. Instead, it came as a gentle vibration, a soft pulse that moved through the group like the slow movement of water under a calm surface. The light seemed to touch each face separately, bringing out not only their features, but also the hidden currents of thought and emotion inside, showing layers of anticipation, longing, and readiness that had not yet fully come to light. Then, at first, almost imperceptibly, a warm, soft feeling began to fill the room, as if the air itself had become infused with a quiet, holy presence. It moved slowly through the room, weaving in and out of the bodies of those who were sitting, brushing against their cheeks like a soft whisper, and filling their lungs with a breath that gave them both life and understanding. Eyes slowly rose, looking around the room and feeling the subtle changes in light and energy around them without seeing them. Hearts stirred, and a quiet awakening began. It was as if everyone was starting to feel a deep connection not only to each other but also to something much bigger, a source that went beyond space and time. As the presence made itself known, a soft murmur rose among them, almost like a chorus of breath and awe. The soft glow grew stronger, not in a harsh way, but like the quiet bloom of dawn, filling in the dark corners of the room that had been there before. It was a light that seemed to come from both the outside and the inside. It bounced off walls, faces, and small oil vessels, making the room feel warm, calm, and very focused. Every little movement, like the flicker of a candle flame, the gentle sway of a cloak, or the quiet shift of a foot on the floor, seemed to be in sync with this new rhythm, as if the whole place was breathing in time with the quiet awakening of spirit among those who were there. At first, voices were hesitant, but they soon became soft murmurs and whispered words that brought inspiration, understanding, and gentle encouragement. People didn't just hear each word, they listened to it with their hearts. Thoughts, memories, and insights flowed easily between them, like water flowing between stones. They were gentle but unstoppable, and they fed understanding and courage with a quiet insistence that couldn't be ignored. It felt like every moment of doubt and uncertainty was being gently absorbed and turned into clarity, and every hesitation was replaced by a quiet courage that settled softly in the chest and soul. The sky outside the windows got darker, mixing the blues of night with hints of soft gold and lavender. The change happened slowly, almost without anyone noticing, just like the realization that was happening inside the crowd. This quiet change was clear on each face, with eyes widening with understanding, hearts lifting with courage, and bodies subtly straightening, as if in response to a gentle inner call. The air felt alive, not with force, but with a calmness that made you want to think deeply and move quietly. It was a presence that spoke of shared purpose, connection, and the awakening of collective insight. Little bits of dust that were caught in the light floated through the air slowly, like quiet magic sparks, shining in the warmth that now filled the room. It was as if each particle had its own energy, a whisper of the unseen currents that flowed between them, bringing the hearts together into a single, living whole. Their breaths began to sync up in a gentle way, creating an unspoken harmony that made them feel like they were on the same page and working toward the same goal. With each breath in, courage grew. With each breath out, fear and doubt faded, making room for inspiration and subtle wisdom to come to the surface. There were soft, almost musical vibrations that sounded like the air itself had spoken. The followers felt a sense of unity that went beyond their differences, a deep connection that linked their individual experiences into the larger picture of a group awakening. Names, faces, and memories from past meetings came to mind and mixed together, forming patterns of recognition and insight that made the sense of purpose and clarity within even stronger. This was a kind of wisdom that couldn't be put into words, a kind of bravery that came from knowing they weren't alone, and the knowledge that what they did, no matter how small, had an effect that went far beyond the room they were in. The light moved slowly across the room, touching every face, hand, and oil vessel. When it was gone, it left behind a quiet warmth that stayed. As the morning light came up, the shadows grew longer and softer in a peaceful dance. This created a subtle play of light and dark that mirrored the inner peace that was growing in each heart. Even the smallest things, the curling edge of a piece of parchment, the smoothness of a stone, the gentle sway of a candle flame felt important, as if everything in the room was part of the awakening that was happening. As the minutes went by, the disciples started to feel a steady, gentle strength growing inside them. It wasn't strong or urgent. It was a soft, lasting courage that flowed through each person like a calm river. The understanding of connection, shared purpose, and a presence that went beyond personal limits began to sink in deeply, leaving a feeling of quiet but powerful empowerment. It was a kind of courage that didn't require action, but instead encouraged thought, clarity, and the readiness to move forward when the time was right. The soft morning light kept coming in, and now it lit up the whole room with a calm glow, making every face, wall, and floorboard look better. Outside, the city below was still, but inside this quiet space, the air felt different, full of wisdom, inspiration, and a sense of shared understanding that could be felt as clearly as the cool morning breeze. Everyone in the room took in this awakening at their own pace, their hearts and minds slowly opening. A quiet sense of readiness and clarity settled over the group. The room was quiet, and the stillness of early evening made every sound seem louder. The light from the candles flickered along the walls, and the shadows they cast moved like quiet spirits across the worn wooden floor. The air had a faint smell of beeswax and old paper. It was subtle, but grounding, wrapping itself around the hearts and minds of everyone there in a soft embrace. There was a feeling of anticipation in the room, soft but clear, as if every breath brought in not only oxygen, but also an awareness of the moral weight that was settling over the group. Ananias moved carefully and slowly in one corner, and each footstep was quiet on the wooden planks. His face was calm but tense, like a thin mask of calm over a deeper feeling of unease. Sapphira followed him, her eyes downcast, showing both loyalty and fear. Her fingers brushed lightly against the folds of her robe, as if she were looking for comfort in the familiar texture. The other people in the room were quiet, and their whispers were few and controlled. They were aware of the subtle tension that seemed to come from the couple. The flames of the candles even seemed to lean toward them, as if they could feel the heaviness of the moment and were responding with a soft, flickering attention. A series of faintly remembered dreams played softly behind their eyes, telling the story of their lives up to this point. They had moments of hope, pride, and wanting to be recognized and accepted, but they also had plans to belong, contribute, and be part of something bigger than themselves. In the quiet candlelight, each memory and choice seemed to grow louder, showing how honesty, lies, and the desire for approval had shaped their actions up to this point. In this quiet setting, the delicate, hidden threads of truth began to push against the weak structures of pretense they had built. Ananias moved forward a little, and the floorboard creaked softly in the quiet. The disciples who were there watched with calm restraint. Their eyes weren't accusing, but they were quietly waiting, showing that they knew more than words could say. Every face seemed to be in tune with the rhythms of conscience and the truth that was always there between breaths and footsteps. The soft swaying of the candlelight seemed to echo the flicker of doubt and intention in the hearts of those present. It was a slow, meditative look at the fragile moral fabric that held the room together. Sapphira's eyes went up for a moment, and she saw her own worried face in the polished wood of the table. It was a brief moment, but it showed more than words ever could. The conflict between wanting to look good and knowing deep down what the heart really wants. The candlelight brought out the beauty and fragility of human intention, making the lines of concern, regret, and the unconscious anticipation of consequence that danced across her face even more clear. In this soft light, the battle between honesty and lying was laid bare, not with a lot of drama, but in a quiet, thoughtful stillness that made people think instead of judging. Ananias spoke in a soft but steady voice, with each word carefully chosen and the rhythm of his speech controlled. The air felt like it was holding its breath, and everyone could hear the truth moving through the space. His words were heavy with meaning, ambition, and a conflict between how he saw himself and what was morally right. The quiet room didn't make the sounds louder. It made the meaning deeper. This let the subtle vibration of integrity, or lack thereof, fill the air. Shadows moved slowly across faces and walls, as if the room itself were reflecting on conscience and moral alignment. As the story went on, the spiritual importance of being honest became clearer and clearer. The soft flicker of candlelight lit up the reflective surfaces, the polished wooden table, the smooth stones on the floor, and the faces of the witnesses who were paying attention. It cast a glow that seemed to echo the hidden light of truth. Every small movement, every soft sigh, and every pause in breath echoed with the knowledge that moral integrity is not just something that is aligned on the outside, but also something that is delicate and necessary on the inside, guiding the spirit toward clarity and harmony. Sapphira felt a wave of self-reflection and vulnerability wash over her mind as she sensed the growing awareness in the room. The stillness of the moment brought to light the hidden currents of human desire, the need for recognition, the fight against fear, and the conflict between self-interest and community responsibility. The soft shadows on the walls showed the heart's internal dance of light and dark, a gentle play that hinted at the fragile effects of choices made and not made, as well as the quiet strength of honesty and its absence. The candlelight danced across the disciples' faces, and the soft reflections made them even more focused. Every small movement, like the tilt of a head, the quiet breath, or the gentle shift of weight, added to a tapestry of human presence that was in tune with the unseen currents of truth and awareness. The room itself seemed to respond. The air got thicker, not with pressure, but with a calm gravity that made people think and pay attention. The soft rustle of clothes and the occasional creak of wood added to the rhythm of understanding, which was a slow and careful process that mirrored the awakening of conscience in each person. In this calm tension, the event's hidden meaning slowly but surely became clear. Integrity showed itself to be the basis of spiritual life, not through loud declarations, but through the quiet alignment of thought, word, and action. The lesson was neither harsh nor dramatic. It was a private experience that reminded us that the Spirit speaks most clearly when honesty is respected, and that the quiet whispers of conscience often mean more than the loudest statements of intent. The soft glow of the candles, the slow movements of the people there, and the gentle play of shadows all came together to make a space for reflection. This let each person think about the delicate balance between ambition, fear, and moral awareness. The soft light stayed in the air as the night went on, lighting up both the room and the minds of everyone there. Every flicker, shadow, and subtle reflection became part of a story about being aware. It invited everyone in the room to think about how choices, intentions, and the deep, quiet sound of integrity all work together. Every heartbeat, every gentle breath in and out, became part of a meditative rhythm, a gentle push toward realizing that the foundations of spiritual life are built not in big gestures, but in the honesty and alignment that nurture the heart and soul. The moment's quiet intensity stayed with me, as if it were frozen in time. The flames of the candles moved slowly, and the shadows on the walls and floor stretched and shrank. The room seemed to breathe with a slow, steady rhythm. Everyone who was there felt the lesson's resonance. A quiet understanding that honesty is the basis of all trust, understanding, and spiritual growth. The air felt heavy with a calmness that settled deep in the chest and heart, leaving an impression that would last long after the room returned to its normal nighttime stillness. The desert stretched on and on under the soft glow of the afternoon sun. The golden sands rippled softly in the warm breeze. But in the middle of all this peace, Paul rode with a restless mind and a heavy heart. His thoughts were like small, constant waves, crashing into each other, with memories of things he had done, judgments he had made, and a strict understanding of what he had to do. Every mile he drove down the quiet road seemed to make the feelings inside him stronger. The narrow path between two worlds, one of law and judgment, and the other of unseen grace, stretched out in front of him, heavy and silent. Shadows of scattered stones and distant hills moved slowly in the sunlight, and the soft differences in the endless sandscape echoed the subtle tension between belief and the stirring of something new but deeply felt. Suddenly, a light that was brighter than anything the eyes could naturally handle came over him. It wasn't hot, but it filled every part of his mind and body. It was like the desert had turned into a quiet brilliance, a soft but blinding light that erased all the lines that separated things and made them feel certain. Paul's horse stumbled a little on the bumpy path, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop. Every sound, every movement, and every breath seemed to last forever. The light didn't just touch the surface. It went deep into the depths of memory, ambition, and pride, revealing the hidden currents that had shaped his decisions, judgments, and every rigid thought that had guided him so far. When Paul fell to the ground, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt an unexpected stillness that was so deep it seemed to settle, not just around him, but also inside him. The brightness of the light slowly faded, turning into a soft, all-encompassing glow that made the sand look like liquid gold. Each grain seemed to vibrate softly with a presence that was both strange and very familiar, a quiet echo of wisdom and compassion. Paul felt the walls of self, identity, and past conviction fall apart in this moment of suspension. It wasn't violent, but it was as certain as night giving way to dawn. His ego, the hard structure of his beliefs, seemed to slowly fade away, revealing the vastness of awareness beneath it, a mind free of fear, judgment, or attachment. As he lay on the soft desert floor, time, or how he saw it, became fluid. His thoughts, which used to be straight and persistent, scattered like small birds that had been startled into flight, each carrying a piece of his old certainty, but moving freely into new patterns. The wind whispered over the dunes, carrying a soundless rhythm that echoed deeply within him, matching the rhythm of his heartbeats and breath, a pulse that felt both old and new. The desert itself seemed to breathe with him, a subtle harmony that went beyond what he could understand, weaving together light, sand, wind, and consciousness into a quiet tapestry of revelation. In the middle of this bright stillness, the voice, or maybe the presence that was more than voice, spoke without making a sound. It didn't ask or tell. Instead, it shone a light on the inside, while also opening it up to the outside. Paul felt the weight of his past actions go away, the pressure of judgment ease, and the tightness of pride give way to a gentle openness. There was a quiet understanding that went beyond the need to say things right away. Every memory, choice, and sense of right or wrong seemed to fit into a larger, unspoken order. The desert around him, which used to be a place to be alone and think, now felt like a living witness. Each dune, shadow, and subtle shimmer showed how he was changing. The bright light slowly faded into a calm, golden glow that kissed the horizon. The long shadows on the desert floor mixed with the soft light to make a peaceful play of contrast and harmony. Paul's eyes, which had been blinded by how intense the moment was, started to see shapes, colors, and textures as if for the first time. There was a presence in every grain of sand, a story in every gentle slope of the dunes, and a subtle message in every whisper of wind. His own breathing slowed down to match the rhythm of the desert, and each breath he took and let out carried the quiet mark of awareness, insight, and awakening. A deep change had happened inside of him. The strictness of certainty, the need for control, and the narrow definitions of self had all faded into a bright clarity that didn't need to be explained, but invited understanding. The desert was more than just a landscape. It was a mirror of consciousness, showing how fragile and strong human perception can be. The light was still there, though it was softer. It was a gentle warmth that traced lines across his mind, reminding him of the vastness that lay beyond his own goals, judgments, and fears. He slowly got up, and the weight of change settled quietly but surely inside him. The path ahead of him, which had once been narrow and limited, now seemed wide open, full of hidden opportunities that came with responsibility, empathy, and deep understanding. His eyes followed the horizon, taking in the soft outlines of distant hills, the gentle shimmer of sand, and the first hints of dawn coloring the sky. Every detail was both normal and amazing, filled with the quiet sound of understanding and the deep humility of someone who had seen something beyond themselves but was still very close to it. At first, Paul walked carefully, but with each step, the rhythm of the desert and the rhythm of his awareness came together in a subtle harmony. His mind, which used to be full of certainty and judgment, now had room for reflection, empathy, and a gentle willingness to see life from a point of view that wasn't clouded by ego. The brilliance of the awakening didn't last as a show. Instead, it was a soft pulse inside, a quiet guide for the choices to come, an inner light that didn't demand or impose but simply existed, inviting alignment with a larger truth. Even though the sun was fully up and casting warm, amber light over the desert, Paul felt a calm that was both strong and soft, like the slow unfolding of dawn over the still sands. It was both an end and a beginning, a smooth move from the old to the new, from the strict limits of self to the clear, wide-open space of awakened understanding. Paul's journey had been forever changed in the quiet of the desert, where the wind whispered and the morning light glimmered softly. This was a sign of the quiet power of revelation, surrender, and the bright awakening that happens when the ego fades away into the deep stillness of consciousness. The moonlight made the orchard look soft and silver, and it seemed like the night itself was whispering a secret. Each tree stood tall and proud, with trunks that were strong but flexible enough to hold the weight of many seasons of growth and change. The breeze moved slowly through the orchard, softly and on purpose, moving the leaves in a way that showed patience, subtle but steady. Shadows moved in delicate patterns on the ground, stretching and contracting as the branches swayed. This was a sign of nature's silent, constant work to create its own quiet beauty. In the quiet, every little sound and every glimmer of moonlight on the dew-kissed fruits turned into a meditation on being present, aware, and the slow, steady shaping of life from the inside. You could almost feel the invisible threads of energy weaving through the orchard, connecting each branch, leaf, and glowing fruit in a quiet, harmonious network among these quiet trees. This was the essence of the spirit at work. Not loud, not demanding, but quietly changing things, affecting both the smallest details and the biggest patterns of growth. The fruits, which were round and bright, hung from the branches like soft promises. Each one reflected subtle colors in the moonlight, which was a quiet sign of the care, nourishment, and constant attention that had gone into their growth. The orchard was slowly ripening. The branches were swaying in a measured way, and the faint scent that floated through the night air showed that love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control were not just ideas. As you walk through the orchard, you might notice how gently full it is all around you. Each piece of fruit seemed to have its own presence, glowing softly with a light that wasn't quite from the moon, but came from the tree's own life. The air was cool and inviting, and it smelled like rich soil mixed with the sweetness of ripening fruit. The room was still and quiet, which made people pay attention and realize that growth takes time, patience, and careful attention. There was no hurry or need to get things done. Instead, there was a slow unfolding of potential that, when cared for and given attention, grew into real beauty and food. Love hung in the orchard like the softest perfume, and the air was warm enough to make things feel softer and encourage people to pay attention to the life around them. It wasn't loud or overwhelming. It was steady, subtle, and persistent, a quiet warmth that could be felt in the careful bending of branches under the weight of their fruit, and in the way the breeze stayed among the leaves before moving on. The soft glow of the fruits made joy look like it was shining, a soft light that showed the inner life that sunlight, water, and time had given it. Peace settled over the orchard floor like a calm layer, and everything seemed happy with its place, its growth, and its rhythm. Patience was probably the most common trait, running through every branch and root. It reminded the observer that nothing of real substance and value comes quickly. Each tree had gone through dry, windy, and frosty seasons, but it was still strong and grew slowly and steadily. This taught that character growth, like fruit growth, can't be rushed. It was easy to see kindness here, in the way the trees interacted gently with their surroundings and gave shade to smaller plants and shelter to animals that passed under their branches. The orchard's natural balance was a sign of goodness, as was the way life supported life, in quiet, unassuming cycles of care and nourishment. The tree's faithfulness was shown by how they always came back to bloom and bear fruit year after year. It was a quiet devotion that showed up in the steady rhythm of life, like the leaves' ability to photosynthesize without fail, the roots' steady connection to the soil, and the way each branch was slightly angled toward light and food. Every curve of the branch, every smooth contour of the fruit, and every soft sway under the moon's light showed how gentle it was. It wasn't weak or fragile. It was a choice to be strong through softness, a choice to give in without losing integrity. Self-control could be heard in the orchard, in the way growth was held back, in the way each branch grew without bothering its neighbors, and in the way the trees got their own food while also getting food from the life around them. As one walked, the moonlight pooled in small patches on the soft grass, making the fruits look like tiny lessons. Each glowing orb stood for a different part of a person's character, a way of showing how they were growing inside. It was clear that this growth wasn't random. It was the result of regular care, quiet thought, and decisions made every day and every season. The orchard became a symbol of the inner life, showing what it means to intentionally shape your character and let the Spirit change your heart in small but deep ways. The space had a meditative rhythm, a quiet pulse that could be felt in the soft crunch of footsteps on the grass, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle sway of fruits that were heavy with ripeness. As you walked deeper into the orchard, it became clearer that the fruits were not just for eating, but also for thinking about. They made people think about how virtues grow quietly, often without anyone noticing, and how they affect life and relationships in small but important ways. The soft light of the moon showed how character brings light into a person's life. The inner light that guides choices, shapes interactions, and helps people get along with each other. It was a gentle reminder that spiritual growth, like taking care of an orchard, takes time, attention, and a willingness to care for things that are often hidden until they bear fruit. The wind changed, bringing with it a faint, sweet smell of ripening fruit mixed with the smell of the earth. It was a sensory invitation to slow down, breathe, and see the small miracles of growth happening all around. In that peaceful moment, the orchard reflected the inner life, with each piece of fruit softly showing the virtues that can quietly change the world around us when we nurture them. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control were not just ideas. They were real things that people lived out in small, real, and very gentle ways. As they left the orchard, they felt the soft moonlight still on their skin, the quiet lessons that came from every leaf and fruit, and the gentle reminder that life grows best when it is cared for with love, patience, and awareness. Each step forward was based on the idea that character, like fruit, gets better with time and needs care, thought, and a quiet dedication that goes beyond the surface and into the depths of the soul. In the peaceful calm of night, as the orchard slowly faded into shadow, the Spirit's resonance lingered, a quiet light that would guide, inspire, and shape the inner landscape for anyone who took the time to walk its soft, moonlit paths. The night air was still and cool, but it also had a hint of warmth, as if the air itself had been filled with quiet strength. The soft light of the moon made the landscape look silver, and it lit up the delicate shimmer of a figure walking slowly and carefully. The flowing cloak lightly brushed the ground, following every move like a loyal shadow. A soft metallic glint traced the edges of what looked like an armor of strange design. Instead of shining harshly, the armor seemed to absorb the calmness of the night and radiated outward. It was clear in the stillness that this was not just any kind of protection. It was not just physical. It was also symbolic, a representation of inner strength that could protect against the unseen, the subtle attacks of fear, doubt, and the weight of life's problems. The moonlight softly illuminated every curve of the armor as the figure slowly walked through the quiet landscape. The breastplate was strong but flexible, protecting the heart while allowing for movement and grace. The belt was tight but not too tight, and it seemed to hold everything together. It was a reminder that stability comes not from being rigid, but from being careful about how you align your intention and presence. Greaves shone softly as they brushed against the soft grass, a silent reminder of how important it is to stay grounded when walking on uneven ground. Each piece was more than just a layer of protection. It was a reminder of the conscious choices, habits, and virtues that make up a spiritual defense. These are the small but deliberate acts of honesty, patience, and awareness that prepare the soul to handle both inner and outer turmoil. The still air carried soft rustling sounds, like leaves and grasses moving, as if they were responding to this quiet strength. With each step, the armor made a soft sound that matched the heart's gentle beat. The figure stopped for a moment in a small clearing, where the moonlight pooled softly around the edges of the protective gear, bringing out the smooth shapes of both the metal and the cloth. At that moment, it was clear that the armor's strength didn't come from its ability to repel force with brute strength. Instead, it came from its ability to cultivate awareness, steadiness, and an inner clarity that let you move through the night with calm assurance, unaffected by shadows or doubt. Every part of the armor showed a different part of spiritual strength. The breastplate stood for faith, the quiet belief that even when things were hard, one's purpose and honesty stayed strong. It didn't protect through hardness. It protected through the soft, steady confidence of a heart that was in line with the truth. The belt, which stood for truth, kept the figure upright and made sure that every move was based on honesty and clarity. This meant that no step could be taken that would be false or distracting. The shield was always there, even if it wasn't obvious. It absorbed the sparks of fear and doubt that tried to get into the mind and sent them back into the calm night without leaving any damage. The helmet protected thought and perception, which are the ways that understanding and insight get into the mind. It kept the mind from getting confused and anxious. As the figure moved forward, the world around it seemed to bend gently to make room for it. The leaves on the trees glimmered silver in the calm moonlight, making a peaceful canopy above. Even though the armored figure's steps didn't break the harmony, they blended in perfectly, like a soft note in a quiet symphony. The lightest of breezes made small ripples in the grass. This seamless integration reflected the armor's inner meaning. Resilience isn't about being cut off from the world. It's about moving through it with quiet strength, keeping your balance while being aware of your surroundings. The soft shine of the metal reflected not only the moonlight but also the light of the soul. The observer was reminded with each gentle movement that God's true armor is built up over time through patience, prayer, reflection, and the daily practice of virtues. It wasn't made in a single moment of crisis. It was made by always aligning your heart, mind, and actions. Each clasp, fold, and polished surface showed that the person was taking care of themselves on purpose, was aware of their weaknesses, and was working on their strengths, which are often hidden until the right time comes. The figure walked a little farther and came to a small stream. The water shone like silver in the moonlight. The soft, metallic edges of the armor reflected these ripples, creating an almost magical play of light and shadow that seemed to flow like consciousness itself. The figure knelt for a moment, letting the water's reflection mix with the armor's quiet strength. In that quiet moment, people realized that spiritual protection is more than just defense. It's also reflection and responsiveness. It's a dynamic presence that changes, absorbs, and realigns without stress or force. The soft sound of the stream went well with the soft pulse of the armor, which reinforced the idea that resilience is not static, but rather a steady balance between being aware and taking action. The moonlight lit up hills far away that rose gently against the horizon. The figure kept going, taking slow, measured steps. The cloak swayed gently, and the armor caught the soft glow in a way that was both protective and graceful. The calm stayed, not because there were no challenges, but because preparation and alignment had made an inner sanctuary that stayed strong no matter what. In the stillness of the night, it became clear that the armor didn't keep problems from happening. It gave them the presence, clarity, and inner balance they needed to deal with them gracefully. The wind changed direction again, bringing with it the smell of wildflowers and the faint, earthy smell of the ground. The shadows grew longer and made patterns on the ground, but the figure's path stayed straight, lit up softly by the armor's reflective shine. It was a quiet reminder of the power of inner strength, the calm certainty that comes when your values, morals, and awareness are part of everything you do. There was no need to rush or make a point. All that was needed was a gentle unfolding of action, based on preparation, mindfulness, and a connection to a bigger, quieter goal. The moonlight stayed on the soft shine of the armor as the figure moved toward the horizon, catching faint glints on the breastplate, the edges of the shield, and the flowing cloak. It was still there, not as a show, but as a gentle reminder of the strength that comes from within, the calm strength that lets you face the unknown with clarity, courage, and balance. The orchard of virtues, the desert of revelation, and the moonlit paths walked with awareness all came together to show that true protection is not something that is forced on you from the outside, but something that you grow from the inside. It is a bright presence that protects and empowers you, guiding you through darkness while also harmonizing with the light. The night was calm, and the village streets were almost sacredly quiet, with shadows stretching lazily under the soft glow of lanterns. The warm light flickered softly across stone walls and narrow paths, making soft patterns that came together and broke apart in perfect harmony. It felt like the world was holding its breath, in anticipation of something gentle, but life-changing, in the stillness. The streets were empty, but the night breeze whispered stories of many meetings, some of which were kind, and others of which were tense or conflictual. In this peaceful place, the lesson of love unconditional, even for those who are seen as enemies, found its home. It was quiet but very strong. As the figure walked slowly along the cobblestones, each step was careful but light, and it fit in perfectly with the rhythm of the night. The movement wasn't urgent. It was just a quiet awareness that the journey itself, the act of walking with an open heart, had its own meaning. The soft light from the lanterns on the walls showed how light and shadow work together, just like loving your enemies showed the hidden layers of the human heart. Love wasn't just a feeling here. It was a choice, a conscious act of kindness that went beyond pride, fear, and anger. It was a quiet power, subtle but strong, like a guiding light in the dark that showed not only the way forward but also the shape of the heart. As the figure walked by, the soft rustling of leaves in the quiet gardens and the faint sound of water flowing from a small fountain came together to make a soft symphony. This was a sign of the harmony that comes from choosing empathy over anger. Every step I took through the night was a meditation, a deliberate effort to look beyond what I saw and what I did that might hurt or anger someone. The lesson was in the movement. To love those who hurt or oppose you is to rise above the cycles of fear and revenge that keep people from being free. The act itself had a subtle glow, like a light that seemed to ripple out and touch even the shadows that hung around in doorways and alleys. The figure stopped in a narrow street where the shadows grew darker and the lanterns flickered. They saw the faint outlines of the people who had hurt them, either by words, actions, or lack of attention. It wasn't a sign of submission. It was a conscious act of recognition, a realization that every action has a story, a struggle, and a fear behind it. People showed compassion not because it made wrongdoings okay, but because it recognized the shared humanity that connects everyone. In that quiet moment, the lesson got deeper. Real power doesn't come from getting back at someone or being better than them. It comes from choosing to respond with love, even when it's hard or doesn't feel right. The figure moved forward, and the night breeze brought with it the faint smell of flowers and earth, mixing with the soft warmth of the lantern light. With each step, I prayed, repeating my intention softly and strengthening my determination to see beyond judgment. Shadows moved and merged along the walls, blending into one another. This was like how barriers in the heart slowly disappeared. In these quiet streets, the idea of loving one's enemies became real. It wasn't just an idea. It was a way of life that showed itself in small gestures, soft words, and the steady presence of someone. Giving compassion, even if you don't say anything, became a shield against bitterness, a balm for the restless mind, and a light that shone on both the giver and the receiver in ways that were both subtle and deep. The figure walked by a small courtyard where a faint light shone on a pool of water. The reflection here was twofold. The outside world reflected the inside world, showing how thoughts and intentions spread out in quiet, almost imperceptible ways. The soft shimmer on the water's surface was like the small effects of acts of love, showing that even the smallest gestures of understanding and empathy can have effects that last longer than the moment. Love, even when it is resisted, grows quietly like roots under the surface, strengthening the foundation of character and resilience, shaping the heart's shape while making room for healing and change. The night got quieter as the journey went on, and stars flickered faintly through the clouds. Every step became more meditative and connected to the natural world and the quiet lives of the villagers. It was shown that loving one's enemies was an ongoing practice, a path that was walked all the time, moment by moment. It wasn't about big gestures or dramatic makeups. It was about the constant choice to act from a place of inner strength, to stay centered in compassion even when provoked, and to hold a quiet space for understanding in the middle of the chaos of human emotions. The night seemed to stretch and soften around this intention, as if the world itself were embracing the lesson, amplifying the stillness and clarity that come with a heart that isn't angry. In a narrow alley, soft light bounced off of worn stone, showing the little things in the area, like the curve of a doorway, the gentle slope of steps, and the faint lines of history that were carved into the walls. The figure stopped for a moment, sensing the echoes of past fights and misunderstandings, the invisible threads of fear, pride, and misunderstanding that often get in the way of how people interact with each other. But in the quiet pause, there was no judgment, no desire to control what happened, just the steady presence of compassion, given without expecting anything in return. True power didn't come from being dominant or making people afraid. It came from the calm, unwavering choice to let love be the guiding principle, and to let the heart respond from its highest place instead of reacting. As the figure got closer, it came to a crossroads where shadows met and twisted together under the soft glow of the lantern. The shadows coming together were like hearts and intentions coming together, showing that even the most strained relationships can find a way to get along through acts of empathy and understanding. Loving one's enemies here showed how powerful it could be. It softened hard edges, eased tension, and made room for reflection, conversation, and healing. The night air felt full of this quiet energy, which sent the message that love that goes beyond comfort zones is not weakness, but a deep source of strength that keeps the soul going through hard times and misunderstandings. The figure faded into the soft darkness, but the lantern's soft light and the star's faint reflection on the cobblestones stayed. The once quiet streets now had a sense of purpose and a soft glow that showed what it means to act out of love even when things are hard. The lesson stayed with me in the quiet change of the air, the soft merging of shadows, and the steady rhythm of calm steps echoing through empty streets. It was a reminder that the true power of the Spirit is not found in conquest or assertion, but in love that goes beyond ego, fear, and resentment, quietly changing hearts and lighting paths in ways that are often unseen, but deeply felt. As night fell and the landscape became quiet, the mountain air was cool and peaceful, with a hint of pine and earth in the air. Stars twinkled above, like delicate jewels scattered across a deep indigo sky. The soft light from the stars shone on a still lake at the foot of the mountain. The mist rose slowly from the water's surface, curling and drifting like whispers. It softened the edges of the world and gave the scene a sense of peace, as if it were frozen in time. In the middle of this quiet beauty, a small group sat on the soft grass and smooth stones, their faces lit by the soft glow of the night. Each face showed a mix of excitement, curiosity, and quiet respect. The Beatitudes began to show me the way to inner peace and happiness that goes beyond circumstances. They weren't strict rules, but a soft, glowing path. The words moved slowly through the night, like ripples on a lake, each one touching the heart with a soft sound. The poor in spirit are blessed because they will inherit the kingdom of heaven. The night was quiet, which gave me time to think and let the meaning sink in. It wasn't about not having enough stuff. It was about being humble, recognizing that you depend on something bigger than yourself, and letting go of pride and ego. The cool mist seemed to mix with the lesson, wrapping around the people who had come together like a protective hug. It was as if the mountain itself recognized and supported the quiet blessing of being humble. Each listener felt a small change inside, like a weight being lifted after years of carrying it in silence, a release of unspoken pressures, and a gentle awareness that true wealth is found in the calm alignment of heart and spirit. Blessed are those who grieve, for they will find peace. The night itself seemed to echo this, with its stillness giving people space to softly acknowledge their sadness, grief, and loss. The stars softly reflected in the eyes of those who were listening, and in that reflection, a quiet understanding grew. Mourning is not weakness, but a deep connection with life, a recognition of the impermanence and fragility that link all beings. The soft rustling of leaves, the gentle rippling of the lake, and the distant call of a night-bird all went along with this lesson, which taught that comfort doesn't come from sudden force, but from the slow opening of understanding, compassion, and the gentle embrace of one's own heart. The meek will inherit the earth, so they are blessed. The mountain's gentle slope which was made softer by the mist and moonlight, was a perfect example. Strength was not in force or dominance, but in restraint, in a calm presence that seeks to fit in with the world's rhythm rather than overpower it. The listeners could feel this principle in the soft grass under their feet, the mist slowly dancing above the lake, and the quiet symphony of night creatures moving around them. The lesson said that meekness is a kind of deep courage, the quiet confidence that comes from trust, patience, and the willingness to act humbly, knowing that the most powerful influence often comes from being quiet and not fighting. Blessed are those who are hungry and thirsty for what is right. They will be filled. The cool breeze from the night sky brought with it a hint of distant waterfalls and the clear air of the mountains, which was a metaphor for inner yearning. The quiet hunger of the soul, a strong desire for honesty, fairness, and alignment with a higher purpose, was shown as a gentle, supportive force instead of a source of frustration. The ripples on the lake were like the slow, steady motion of a desire that feeds the soul. They reminded people that true happiness comes from aligning their actions, intentions, and values, not from getting praise or things from other people. The mountain, which was patient and strong, stood for stability. It was a gentle teacher of the slow but sure happiness that comes to those who live a virtuous and aware life. Blessed are those who show mercy, for they will get mercy. The night seemed to make this lesson stronger. The stillness showed how kind and generous the Spirit was. Acts of kindness, forgiveness, and compassion were shown as bright threads that weave the heart into a bigger tapestry of life, a subtle energy that goes beyond what we can see right away. The soft glow of lanterns and the silver reflection of stars in the lake added to this idea, showing that mercy is both a gift and a practice, a calm power that profoundly and often invisibly changes one's surroundings and relationships. People could almost feel this energy spreading out in the soft night, as if every kind thought and every gentle act carried the weight and warmth of the universe itself. The pure in heart are blessed because they will see God. The lake in the mountains was so clear that it perfectly reflected the stars above. It was a quiet metaphor. Purity of heart was less about being perfect and more about being open, honest, and getting rid of distractions and lies about yourself. The mist slowly curled over the water, softening and lighting it up. This made me think that to see the divine, you need to be still, think, and pay close attention. People who were listening could tell that this kind of purity lets you see not only the spiritual, but also the hidden beauty and harmony in everyday things. It shows a world that is full of connection, meaning, and grace. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. The soft wind that moved through the trees and carried the faint smell of night flowers was like the quiet work of peacemaking, which often goes unnoticed, but changes the places it touches. Here, peace was alive, something that people worked on by being kind, understanding, and patient. The mountain itself, a silent protector of the night and stars, seemed to support this teaching by showing that quiet efforts to bring people together and make peace affect both the seen and the unseen. Blessed are those who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to them. Even when things were dark and life was putting subtle pressure on me, I was reminded that staying strong and honest can bring a deep sense of inner peace. The stars twinkled far away, the mist curled around the lake, and the calm of the mountain night all reminded me of the quiet truth that strength is often hidden, resilience is often hidden, and yet it shapes both the inner world and the path ahead, in ways that are subtle but long-lasting. As the night went on and the stars' soft light reflected on the still waters, the Beatitudes' teachings stayed in the heart like a gentle melody, flowing through the mind and settling softly into the soul. Every word, every lesson, and every beautiful picture of night, mist, and reflection had the quiet power of understanding that true blessedness does not come from things or situations, but from the inner cultivation of attitudes that bring peace, joy, and calm in any situation. The mountain, the stars, and the lake were all silent witnesses, giving the soul a place to absorb, integrate, and start to live these principles in small, ongoing ways. The moon's soft silver light spread across the quiet field, lighting up the gentle hills and valleys, where tall grasses swayed with the lightest breeze. The air was cool and calm at night, and it smelled like earth and dew from far away. This natural balm made me want to be quiet and think. The lesson of the parable began to unfold here, under the quiet majesty of the stars. It wasn't in the sharp clarity of a classroom, but in the gentle, enveloping rhythm of story. The meaning seeped into the mind like soft moonlight over the fields. The first servant walked carefully over the moonlit ground, holding small, glowing treasures in his hands. Each one pulsed softly, like embers of potential waiting to be nurtured. He walked carefully, aware of the gifts he had been given and how heavy they were, both physically and spiritually, as if each one held a piece of his purpose and a reflection of the light that had been placed inside him. The second servant followed, but he was a little hesitant at first because he wasn't sure of his own abilities. However, he felt a quiet awareness that the treasures he carried were meant to be more than just kept. They were meant to grow. The treasures glimmered softly, lighting his way and casting shadows that grew and shrank across the field. Like the ever-changing possibilities of life, the night seemed to encourage him as he walked, and the sound of leaves rustling and crickets chirping in the distance made his journey easier. In the story, these treasures stood for more than just money or things. They stood for the special skills, talents, and gifts that each person has and that they should pay attention to, develop, and share. The night made it clear that these gifts were not meant to be kept to oneself, but rather to help people grow, express themselves, and create a quiet ripple of goodness that spreads when one cares for what has been given to them. The third servant stayed close to the edge of the field, taking his time and having a small doubt in his heart. The treasures he held felt heavy, and their faint glow reminded him of both his duty and his chance. He was afraid of losing, of making mistakes, and of what people would think of him if he failed. The night around him felt stiller, as if the air was holding its breath, which was a sign of his inner turmoil. Even though he was scared, the moonlight showed him the soft shapes of the land, the gentle curves of the hills and valleys. It gave him quiet comfort that the journey itself was part of the gift, and that courage and intention, not perfect execution, would make the treasures bloom. The story's hidden meaning came out in this delicate balance between fear and faith, hesitation and action. Divine gifts are reflections of our inner potential, and they require not only skill, but also trust, attention, and the willingness to step into the quiet, unknown. The field became a canvas for movement, shadow, and reflection as the night went on. The first servant's footsteps left soft marks in the grass under the moonlight. Each step was a small act of faith, and each careful handling of the treasures showed responsibility and respect. The treasures seemed to pulse brighter as a result of his work, as if they were responding to the care and attention he gave them. He didn't need to say anything to understand that these gifts were a conversation with life itself, a conversation between what was given and what he chose to grow, a gentle dance of cause and effect that spread quietly outward. The second servant, though slower, started to feel the same rhythm as the first. He felt the treasures respond to his openness, willingness to try new things, nurture them, and trust the process. The treasure's glow mixed with the soft silver of the moonlight, making soft patterns on the ground that showed the subtle beauty that comes from being aware of and caring for potential. The third servant's inner struggle became clearer, and the moon's soft, steady light cast a long shadow across the field. He looked at the other treasures and felt a mix of admiration and jealousy. But the calm, steady night air seemed to whisper encouragement, reminding him that the treasures had always been his to wake up, and that caring for them was the first step toward their growth. He started to move slowly and carefully, cupping the soft glow of the gifts in his hands, feeling their warmth, and listening to the silent voice inside them. The hidden message came out slowly but surely. Talents, like seeds, need soil, water, and time to grow. They shouldn't be buried in fear or shown off in pride, but honored and shared in small, careful ways that let them grow naturally and gracefully. The moonlight made small ripples on a stream that ran through the field. The stream's gentle flow made it a good place to think. The first servant knelt by the water and moved his treasures around. He felt their glow grow stronger as he realized that they were more than just for his own benefit. The second servant came next. He put his hands in the cool stream and imagined the flow as the stream of life itself, giving and carrying the gifts to others and touching them with the quiet glow of effort and care. The third servant, who had been paralyzed by fear, could feel that the water's gentle movement showed how easily the treasures could grow with attention, intention, and heart-centered action. During these quiet, soft moments at night, the parable's deeper truths became clear. Divine gifts are not fixed. They change based on courage, humility, and the desire to give more than just oneself. The stars twinkled above with infinite patience, always there but far away. They were a quiet reminder that developing talents takes time and often happens without us noticing, but it always leads to enlightenment. The field, the treasures, the stream, and the soft rustle of leaves all taught me about being a good steward, being strong, and being generous. The servants moved slowly through the night, and their journey was like the journey of a person. They had to recognize what was inside, overcome their doubts, nurture, and trust that the small, careful acts of attention would have an effect that they couldn't see. The night whispered that the gifts are meant to bloom not for praise from others, but for the quiet enrichment of life, the soft light of oneself and others, and the opening of potential that is in line with the deeper currents of love and purpose. The cool mist started to settle over the field, wrapping the treasures and the servants in a soft hug. It was as if the universe itself recognized the hard work, bravery, and awakening that were happening. Every pulse of the glowing gifts, every careful step, and every soft breath taught us that what life, the divine, or the quiet call of our own heart gives us is valuable not because it is shiny or visible, but because it has the potential to grow into something bright, shared, and life-changing. The night stayed calm, the stars stayed bright, and the treasures glowed softly. This made me feel a sense of quiet wonder and the gentle realization that inner talents, when cared for and used with purpose, can light paths, heal hearts, and send gentle ripples across the world. The hills were covered in a soft, gentle fog that made it hard to see each ridge as it rose and fell. The fog hung over the land like a quiet whisper. In the early morning, the world seemed to hold its breath. The quiet of the morning wrapped everything in a soft stillness, letting a deep awareness settle into the mind and heart. People walked slowly along the paths that wound through the hills. Their steps were slow but purposeful, and each footfall was a small beat in the quiet symphony of waking up. The mist started to clear as the sun rose, and the golden light made soft, long shadows and brought out the gentle curves of the land. In this peaceful hour, the heart of the Great Commission came to light, not as a command, but as an invitation to share, lead, and inspire. The first figure walked with quiet determination, and inside them was a sense of renewed understanding and a soft inner light that seemed to shimmer with the first rays of the sun. Each step felt like it was part of a bigger goal, and the realization that what had been found inside insight, compassion, and inner clarity was not meant to stay in one person's heart, but to spread out and gently touch other people's lives and lead them to their own light. The deeper meaning of this moment, which happened in the stillness of dawn, had nothing to do with big gestures or visible effects. Instead, it was about quietly and patiently nurturing, understanding, and support. The first figure's hands lightly brushing the tall grass at the edges of the path seemed to send that quiet energy forward, as if just being there and having a purpose could wake something up in other people too. The second figure moved behind the first with a mix of awe and humility, thinking about how big it was to share one's inner awakening. The soft fog seemed to wrap around this person like a soft cloak, reminding them that change and guidance aren't loud or showy. They're quiet, kind, and always there. The message in each step was clear: to walk with others, to share knowledge without being pushy, and to bring light to places that had been dark for too long. Every ripple in the early mist and every faint glimmer of sun on grass covered in dew seemed to reflect the process of collective growth, how understanding, courage, and inspiration spread slowly but surely in the hearts of those who receive it. A soft breeze blew through the hills, bringing with it the faint smell of earth and early flowers, as well as a feeling that the world was awake and open to new ideas. The figures walking through the mist looked like they belonged in the landscape, blending in with the quiet rhythm of nature and the day as it unfolded. Every time I stopped to look at the far-off horizon and take a deep breath of the cool air, it reminded me that leading others starts with being clear, aware, and grounded. In this early morning scene, it was clear that one could not light the way for another without first finding steadiness within oneself. The golden light slowly got stronger, bouncing off leaves and stones. The path ahead became clearer, but it was still shrouded in enough mist to keep its mystery. This was a symbol of how spiritual growth never ends, and how we can gently guide others along their own journeys. As they traveled on, the figures met other people on the hillside paths. These travelers stopped to acknowledge the presence of those who were moving purposefully forward. There was no hurry, just a quiet exchange of recognition and intent. In some cases, the figures would walk next to other people and offer small words of wisdom or gestures of support. In other cases, they would just walk by, their silent example serving as a quiet catalyst for reflection and awakening. This scene shows how the beauty of the Great Commission was not in loud speeches or overt actions, but in the resonance created by a steady, gentle presence. Once you find spiritual awakening, it's like a river that flows outward on its own, when you carry it with humility, patience, and honesty. The golden light spread over the hills, making the morning mist disappear and bringing out the soft textures of rocks, grass, and leaves. The way the light and shadow worked together reminded me of how waking up feels. The way clarity and understanding come from confusion and subtle darkness. Each figure moved with a rhythm that was both planned and natural. This showed the idea that sharing knowledge is a dance of balance between speaking and listening, acting and watching, guiding and letting go. As the path wound its way toward a small valley, the figures stopped for a moment to look back at the hills they had just crossed. They saw how the rising sun had changed the landscape. The same idea applied to spiritual guidance. When someone shares their understanding, even if it's just a little bit, it doesn't just affect one person. It also changes the environment and community around them in small but significant ways. The faraway hills, still tinged with the soft purple of early morning, looked like they went on forever. This was a reminder that the Great Commission is not a one-time job, but an ongoing process that changes over time. The people walking forward not only had their own understanding, but they also wanted to wake up others, knowing that each person they met could also be a source of light. This gentle but steady movement, which happened over and over again, was like the timeless nature of wisdom, compassion, and guidance, an energy that could never be contained, but needed careful attention to grow and pass on. The sun was shining more brightly now, and it shone on small puddles and grass with dew on it. The light reflected faint sparkles that moved in time with the figure's footsteps. These reflections stood for the unseen waves of inspiration, hope, and inner change that happen after every act of guidance. They showed that even the smallest acts can have a big spiritual effect. The fog started to clear up as the day got brighter, showing more of the path and the hills ahead. But even though it was easier to see, the sense of mystery stayed, showing how fragile the line is between what is known and what is still happening. As the figures moved forward, they understood that sharing spiritual awakening is more about living with presence, integrity, and gentle consistency than it is about direct instruction. Every nod, smile, shared pause, or soft word on the hillside was a gentle transmission of light. This reinforced the idea that true guidance does not force understanding but invites it, letting each person wake up at their own pace. The soft golden rays warmed the hills and made long shadows behind the travelers, making the path ahead of them stand out. During this peaceful early morning trip, the full meaning of the Great Commission became clear. It wasn't a duty, it was a deep, flowing expression of spiritual growth and inspiration. The parable's most important lesson is that those who wake up to their inner light naturally guide others, and in doing so, create a subtle, lasting ripple of collective light across the world. To walk with purpose, to quietly and steadily nurture others' potential, and to share wisdom without expecting recognition are all ways to do this. The first hints of sunrise began to spread across the horizon, painting the landscape with soft gold, blush pink, and quiet lavender colors. In those first few moments, the world seemed to let out a breath, as if it were acknowledging the journey it had seen through shadow and starlight, through silence and soft light. The glow on every hill, tree, and winding path reminded me of all the stories that had happened there, each one quietly changing the hearts and minds of those who stopped to see them. The air was still, and there was a calm sense of anticipation in it. This is the kind of feeling that stays with you when you've been touched by something that is both timeless and deeply personal. In this peaceful awakening, the hidden connections between the stories of the New Testament started to show themselves. They wove together a tapestry of meaning that went far beyond the pages themselves, beyond the retelling of events, and into the quiet parts of each listener's inner life. Each story, from the humble birth in Bethlehem to the gentle teachings at the well, from the courage shown on stormy waters to the compassion of the Good Samaritan, has shown us things about being human that go beyond time. Humility, faith, perseverance, forgiveness, love, and the quiet power of change from within. These stories take place in far-off places and times, but they still speak to our hearts and remind us of the struggles and victories we face every day. The characters, from the lost sheep to the devoted disciples, showed parts of who we are, like our doubts, our courage, and our desire to understand and connect with others. Even in the most difficult times, like the crucifixion or Judas's betrayal, there is a reminder that spiritual growth is not always straightforward. The path to enlightenment, understanding, and compassion often goes through darkness and doubt before showing the quiet light that comes after. The pictures that went with these stories, soft candlelight flickering across old scrolls, the gentle shimmer of moonlight on calm waters, and the glow of dawn breaking over hills make the mind settle and linger, letting the heart take in not just the events, but also the lessons and feelings they bring. Each carefully thought-out image reflects the gentle opening of consciousness and reminds us that spiritual insight often comes quietly, slowly, and with a softness that we have to notice through stillness and focus. The sunrise, which slowly replaces the shadows of night, is a metaphor for this awakening. Light that comes softly, showing us the paths we could take, the choices we could make, and the inner growth that can happen with time and thought. As we think about the journey through 34 different moments of insight, we can see that each story, even though it has its own setting and circumstances, has the same message: to look inside ourselves, to be honest about our own lives, and to develop traits that help both ourselves and those around us. The lessons about love, patience, humility, and courage are not just ideas. They are useful guides for how to live. They are gentle reminders that the world we live in is connected to the inner worlds we create. The stories make us think about how we deal with problems, how we show kindness, how we accept change, and how we can become more aware of the divine, the sacred, or the deeply human in ourselves and in others. The peaceful landscapes, which are illuminated by the rising sun, are a lasting symbol of continuity. The never-ending cycle of day and night, learning, thinking, and starting over. The spiritual journey is like the night turning into day. It never ends and always invites us to explore and think about it again. There is a quiet beauty in this ongoing unfolding. No one story has all the answers. No one moment of awakening lasts forever. But every encounter leaves an imprint, a faint but lasting echo that changes how we see, think, and feel. These echoes are what the New Testament's hidden meanings are all about. They are the quiet lessons that stay with us long after the stories are over, quietly guiding how we think, act, and relate to others. As the sun rises and warms the valleys and hills, you can almost feel the gentle pulse of life moving in time with these teachings, as if the land itself is breathing in time with the spiritual truths we've learned. The gentle breeze brings a feeling of renewal, and the soft light of the rising sun reminds us that even the smallest moments of insight can open up huge areas of understanding within us. There is an invitation here to take these thoughts with you and let them affect how you interact with others, the decisions you make, and the quiet times in your life where real change often starts. In patience, in listening, and in moments of stillness when you pay attention to the small things around you. Every story, every picture, and every gentle revelation of understanding has been part of a journey that goes beyond just telling history. The hidden meanings make you think about being brave in the face of fear, being humble when you win, being kind to people who are different from you, forgiving people who hurt you, and having faith even when the world seems to be against it. They remind us that spiritual awakening is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process that involves the heart, mind, and soul, all at once. The journey is both personal and collective, showing how deeply connected all human experiences are, and inviting each listener to think about how their own story fits into this bigger picture. And now that the landscape is fully awake in the soft light of dawn, there is a quiet invitation to stop, breathe, and think about which of these stories really touched your heart. What moment made you feel something, remember something, or realize something you hadn't thought of before? Each reflection is a step on your own path, a way for you to connect with the deeper meanings that go beyond words and time. And as you carry these stories with you, softly and gently, let them change how you go about your day, how you treat other people, and the small choices you make that have a lasting effect on your life. If this journey through the hidden meanings in the New Testament stories has given you a moment of peace, reflection, or insight, you are gently invited to stay connected, share your experience, and keep exploring. Please think about subscribing to the channel, and please leave your name, the city where you are watching, and the time you joined this experience in the comments. The spiritual journey goes on in these small acts of connection, reflection, and being together. They send out the quiet light of understanding and awakening into the lives of others. Every comment, every thought, and every pause is a part of this living tapestry, a continuation of the journey we have taken together. As the night turns into day, our inner light grows brighter and brighter.